control the cover boundary. At last the time is come. Take large urgency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
The President of the United States has been hospitalized with a disease he doesn't believe exists. Jedward have emerged as incisive online political analysts, and RCB are second in the IPL table. 2020's been a weird year. Join us for a dose of cricketing normality, or possibly not, because the IPL this year has thrown up some of the most extraordinary games in its 12 and now a bit year history. Hello and welcome to Guerrilla Cricket's coverage of Doubleheader Sunday, the first doubleheader weekend of the IPL 2020. They are first up in Sharjah, 60 Sharjah, where we've seen 1,000 runs plus and 96s in just 3 games as the Mumbai Indians take on the Sunrisers Hyderabad, both on winning runs, both on 4 points in that middle pack, chasing down the Delhi Capitals, who won here last night, and the Royal Challengers Bangalore, who also won yesterday. I am Knuckle Pandey, your host and anchor for today, and I'm delighted to be joined this morning, first up, by Al Hotchkiss and Tony Bishop.
Morning, Knuckle. Morning, everybody. Looking forward to this one. I'm suspecting there might be some runs.
There may well be some runs indeed.
And a few sixes.
Yes, indeed, with the power to burn that both teams have in their batting lineups. We'll come to Al in just a second, but first, toss and team news. The Mumbai Indians have won the toss and elected to bat. It is the same track on which the Delhi Capitals put up that massive score yesterday with the brilliance of Shreyas Iyer, Prithvi Shaw and Rishabh Pant. KKR got close-ish with Owen Morgan, but just fell short in the end. Another thrilling game at Sharjah. So the Mumbai Indians going with Quinton de Kock, the wicketkeeper, and Rohit Sharma, the captain, as their opening pair. Surya Kumar Yadav, Ishan Kishan, who's been a major significant addition to this team as the tournament has gone on. The power pack of Kieran Pollard, Hardik Pandya and Krunal Pandya. James Pattinson, who's been quite effective in his first IPL. Rahul Chahar, Trent Bolt and Jasprit Bumrah. 2 changes for the Sunrisers Hyderabad, 1 enforced, 1 selection. Bhuvneshwar Kumar has a thigh strain and has not recovered from the injury that he suffered in the Sunrisers last game. Siddharth Kaul comes in for him, and Khalil Ahmed, the left armour, has been left out in favour of Sandeep Sharma. So the Sunrisers using their depth of Indian pace bowlers. So they go in with David Warner, the captain, and Johnny Bairstow, the wicketkeeper, as the opening pair. Manish Pandey, Kane Williamson, who's come into the side in the last couple of games and looks very, very at ease in T20 cricket. Priyam Garg, the youngster, the India under-19 captain. Abhishek Sharma, Abdul Samad, one of the most powerful young players in Indian cricket. Rashid Khan, who was absolutely brilliant the other night. Siddharth Kaul, Natarajan playing his second IPL season, but his first as a full regular member of the side and has been very impressive. And Sandeep Sharma, who got hit around a bit in his first game of the season. Al, it's interesting how this one's going to go, because it is a used Sharjah pitch, which is probably, you would think, factored into Rohit Sharma's decision to bat first.
You would think so. Morning, Knuckle. Morning, Tony. Morning, everyone. It's a fascinating matchup of 2 teams that have played really quite well. We've got Sunrisers Hyderabad, who have won their last 2 games. We've got Mumbai Indians, who, if they're going to follow form, lost one. So Lord only knows what's going to happen here. Two sides in the top 4. All that stuff about the idea of a used pitch, we've got to counteract about the idea that it really is a postage stamp of a ground, really. Whether it is a little bit slower, that it becomes a little bit more difficult to be able to hit away, that some of those sixes don't quite come the way that they have in the other games. It'll be really interesting to see that. But if there's a team that's going to show us right from the get-go, it's going to be the Mumbai Indians. Yeah, indeed, with Rohit and Quinton de Kock. De Kock's not had a brilliant year so far. There was some talk, Tony, that Chris Lynn might come in for Quinton de Kock, but Mumbai have kept faith. The right call, you think?
Yes, I think so. I mean, he's done very well in the Big Bash, of course, over the years. Has Chris Lynn? I remember, 3 years ago? He really burst on the scene there and carted loads of runs. But what are they? The Mumbai Indians played 2-1-2. Played 2-1-2, lost 2. One of the ones they lost was in a super over. So, I mean, barely counts as a defeat. I know it goes as a defeat in terms of points, but it shows they were right up there. Plus, there's it's a question of the balance of the side. And Quinton de Kock got all that experience, so I think probably on balance it's the right choice. I mean, very interesting what Al was saying about the ground. I know it's only 3 games in, but the average first innings score is 223 in those first games. The highest successful run chase, 226. I mean, these are crazy numbers, and therefore I think the usedness of the pitch, it'll be interesting. Anything under 210, and you're thinking, oh well, maybe the pitch isn't quite as good as it was.
They've left some runs on the ground. Yeah,
but I don't see it. I think both these sides proven to have enough hitting horsepower to clear that village green size boundary.
Yeah, it's relative. It's under 70 meters all the way around. It's certainly Abu Dhabi is a very big playing area. Dubai somewhere in the middle. So we are seeing interesting trends at different grounds, which I like actually. I think I've quite enjoyed the different tactical dimensions of the 2 grounds that we've seen. The 3 grounds rather that we've seen. Also, this is the first day game that's going to be played at Sharjah, so the dew will not be a factor so much in the second inning. So it might be that little bit easier for bowling teams in the second innings, which I think also probably is why Rohit Sharma has decided to bat first. So, if anything, actually, that puts even more pressure on the batting team in their first innings to put up a massive score.
Well, it does, and 2 out of the 3 games have been won by the side batting first, but as you pointed out, or kind of indirectly pointed out, that they will have been day-night games. I think no matter how much you're used to the heat, that's going to be a factor. If you're smacking sixes and running under a helmet, it's going to be very warm.
Yeah, 37
Expect to see a lot of players pulling their helmets off, with buckets of sweat just sort of dropping from the brows. It's not going to be easy, I don't think.
No, it's probably just as well that you don't have to run too many twos at Sharjah. 37 degrees in Sharjah. The UAE's been very humid as well, which we've seen even very seasoned international players struggle with. We are going to get some jingles for our opening partners, but first, Tony, who's joined us on social media.
Oh, I'd forgotten I was doing that. However, I can very quickly give you that answer. We have been joined by Ravi now. Can you please ensure Bombay win this one? Thanks. Hi, Al, Tony, and Knuckles. Hello, Ravi.
Hey, Ravi.
We can't really, but
we'll
let you know whatever happens. 2-ton Ted from Teddington, who drove the Baker's van, says go to the pub, but I don't know. He's replying to us about something, but I don't know why. But it's good advice anyway. Generally in life, I find.
So long as you do it responsibly.
Well, responsibly
in a
and
distance way.
Fully masked up, unlike the American president of late. Anindo is joining us later. He's just saying how much he's enjoying reading a book and not missing out on the opportunity to publicise his own, which is, as I have pointed out on many occasions, a magnificent read.
And if you don't like one of Anindo Dutter's books, don't worry, there'll be another one along in a minute. We got loads of
few people on them.
Yeah,
on Crick Tracker, if I quickly could. Rohit Palace, Yudir Rathor, Markichut, Yusuf Abukar are all joining us, amongst many people by the looks of it. So don't forget, we're on Crick Tracker India today, but it's easy enough to find, and we're just as magnificent there as we are on the main Crick Tracker page, so we look forward to your company on that as well. Hot Mic, of course, plus YouTube, plus Twitter. You will find a way to find us. Don't worry about it.
Yes, indeed, and we'll be with you all day, because we'll of course be here for the second game today, which is the Kings 11 Punjab versus the Chennai Super Kings, both bringing up the rear of the table with only one win apiece for those two, both looking for a way into the tournament. The Kings 11 Punjab have been royally entertaining and have been smashing the ball all over the place with KL Rahul and Mayank Agarwal, but have been frankly awful with the ball at the death. And Chennai Super Kings, well, is it that famous 1 year too many? But that's all for later. Right now it's Mumbai Indians versus the Sunrisers Hyderabad, and we'll jingle up the Mumbai opening batters.
Quentin the cock has a name you can mock, but he's really quite useful with cricket. I have heard that he can open the bat, even if he's not keeping wickets.
And, well, who's going to be opening the bowling? It's going to be Sandeep Sharma, who's going to be opening the batting, and I think it's going to be de Kock who's going to be facing. I did think I was going to see a first ball there, but just merely a practice of a run-up. It's going to be Sandeep Sharma who's going to open the attack, as we see the coaching.
Yeah, very, very nice of Sandeep to do a practice run so we can get his jingle in.
Absolutely.
Who's coming up to bowl when in the auction fairly cheap? Got a pretty good dead ball. Indeed, Sharma.
And as the countdown goes to 0, indicating that we will start play, let's get this game on the road.
Yeah, they have a countdown, don't they, just to...
yeah, I'm glad we're not out there,
crowd.
Tony. To be honest,
sorry?
I have a maximum temperature of about 28 degrees here. I would absolutely melt into a puddle out there. I really would. It would not be pretty. Anyway, first over, Sharma comes into bowl. Now his outside off stump up beats the outside edge of Rohit Sharma. Ball kept a little bit low there. Didn't really seem to bounce too much. The burst out behind the stumps took that very low down to the ground.
That's a very good record, does Sandeep, against Rohit Sharma.
Yeah.
Sharma only averages about 14.5 and a strike rate of 88 against them.
That's positively dawdling by Sharma standards.
Yeah, exactly. So you can see why they're opening.
Absolutely. Sharma in again. Just nipping back towards the off stump, and Sharma plays that to cover point, and there'll be no run.
Sharma to Sharma. Obviously, Bhuvneshwar Kumar is a huge miss for probably for the Sunrisers. Such a good bowler at all stages of the innings at the top of the death. Sandeep Sharma did play the Sunrisers' opening game of the tournament and got hit around to all parts, but he does get the ball to swing. Sandeep.
He's been Johnny on the spot in these first two balls as he comes in again, and Sharma just plays that defensively. Nice straight bat, and that'll be fielded by the point fielder, and there's no run again. No real sense of width as we see the sort of the overhead shot of the pitch. No real big, huge cracks to speak of. Looks like he would be batting on concrete.
Looks like a road, to be honest.
Not a blade of grass.
Sandeep in again for the fourth ball of the over, and that is more on Rohit's hip, and he has carved that away high over mid-wicket, and that's our first maximum. 4 balls in.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
Another one for the don't bowl short at Rohit Sharma files. He's such a good player of the pull shot throughout the entire range of the leg side, from the one that goes fine to the one that goes over mid-wicket. That was a dismissive pick up over mid-wicket.
And to be honest, I know we talked a little bit about the idea of the size of the pitch. That's a 6 on any ground. Let's see if Sandeep learns his lesson. That is wide outside off stump, and Sandeep and Bairstow both up for an outside edge. Did that. It was very much wide outside the stump, and Warner's gone for a review, obviously convinced that Sharma has chased a really, really wide one there, and I think that would have been a wide under most conditions. And have they got their man? Fifth
well, he
ball.
Threw it wide, didn't he? He threw
very
it
wide.
Obviously, having learnt the lesson of being caned over mid-wicket. I don't think that was a wide.
There does seem to be
bowler and batsman convinced. It'd be really interesting to see Snicko.
Johnny Bairstow was absolutely convinced. I think possibly even more so than Sandeep Sharma. Ooh,
that's out.
Thing is, there is a bit of a spike, but seemingly on the right-hand side, the spike appears to be after the ball has passed the bat. This is going to be a very interesting call for the third umpire. It was given not out on field by umpire Richard Illingworth, and the third umpire, Shamsuddin, has a very interesting decision to make.
Because the question would be, if the bat hasn't caused the spike, then what would have done?
It can sometimes be air pressure, but I'm not really sure what the timing of that is. Going to be a very interesting call. Oh, he's out.
And he has reversed his decision, and Sharma has to go. Rohit Sharma, 6 and out.
Obviously, the umpire has the advantage of the stump mic as well. The third umpire, Shamsuddin. So he's obviously said that the spike was coincident with it taking the toe. Decent low catch by Johnny Bairstow. Rohit Sharma, as you say, 6 and out. 6 off 4 balls. Mumbai 6 for 1.
Illingworth, Richard Illingworth's change-up umpire, late change. It was going to be Chittipodi Shamsuddin, but for some reason they've switched them round. Mr. Shamsuddin didn't fancy the heat.
Probably not. Can't see how Richard Illingworth would fancy it, to be honest.
When you get a chance, Al, let us know the name of the other umpire as well, please.
I will try my best to find that out for you, sir.
Here's the old joke. Anant Padmanabhan.
I will try and understand what that meant. I don't want to turn around and be dismissive and go, oh, yeah.
Good early start for the Sunrisers, despite the fact that they don't have Bhuvi at the crease, and in comes their very adaptable number 3.
Surya Kumar, Surya. Now I know the others might have let you down.
Sharma in, and that is tailing into Surya Kumar. Tries to drive that on to mid-on, but it's fielded by mid-on. There'll be no run. That's the end of the first over. Mumbai Indians 6-for-1. Tony, has there been any reaction to that?
Yes, there has indeed. Well, it's more of a technical one, actually. Jersey Oak says, my internet radio is now saying Guerrilla Cricket no longer available. Are you on? We certainly should be. Don't know how you're getting that. Are we all set up on TuneIn, etc.?
Yeah, everything. Yeah, all good on the website, so find some alternative means, Josie Oak, or turn yourself off and on again.
Jay Grover says, cracking outfit, Knuckle, watching out for dead poets.
Thank you.
Excellent.
We will, of course, refer to captain, my captain.
Well, yeah, Mumbai Indians captain, their captain is out.
Yeah.
Well, he is indeed. And on Facebook, Kavitha sends a lovely little emoji of a dancing cricketer in a sort of a pirouette pose with his helmet in one hand and his bat in t'other. So hello to you. And I'll have a look on Hot Mic in a couple of moments.
And who will it be who'll...
Yeah, it's going to be the...
Jersey Oak, just tell us, when you say your internet radio, which provider are you using?
Yeah, because we're absolutely fine on the website. I've just checked, so all is well. It's going to be this left armour.
And that first ball is in on De Kock's legs, and he tries to turn that away onto the leg side towards square leg, but it nearly cuts him in half, and the bowler will come in and do the fielding, and there's no run.
Got caught in the pad flap of Quinton de Kock. Good tight angles from Natarajan, who's been pretty impressive. He has played a few games for the Kings 11 Punjab a few years ago, the man from Tamil Nadu, but back in the IPL after a couple of years, and has become an important part very quickly of this Sunrisers bowling attack, which is very much built on their Indian fast bowlers, seam bowlers.
Yeah. Natarajan into for the second ball, and that is outside the off stump, and De Kock tries to play that away and gets it as far as backward point, and there'll be no run. Some good tight fielding in these first 6 overs.
Yeah, Sunrisers look well up for this, and it's not quite been the crash bang wallop start that we've seen in some other parts of Sharjah, but I think we can put that down mostly to good bowling from first Sandeep and now Natarajan.
Yeah, there was one bad ball in that first over, and off it went for 6 runs.
Even the wicket ball, I think he had little other than defence in mind. Bowling a ball that was hard to hit rather than one to take a wicket.
Sure enough. Third ball of this over, and that is on De Kock's leg stump, and he will just fend that towards mid-on, who will run in, but unable to prevent a single being taken. And that will take the score to 7-1, and that will bring Yadav to the crease to face this next ball.
Yeah, most of the heavy scoring from Mumbai has been done in the middle order. Though Ishan Kishan came into the team and had a good outing, replacing Saurabh Tiwari. But Karan Pollard and Hardik Pandya were the men who gave the real impetus to the innings against Kings 11 the other day, and got Mumbai up to a good total.
Bowler in, and that is on leg stump, and that is well fielded at short fine leg. It seemed like it was a dismissive swat away of a ball on leg stump by Natarajan, but well fielded. Managed to find the fielder absolutely straight at him. Couldn't even dive out of the way even if he wanted to. No run taken off that fourth ball, and the score stays at 7-1.
Yeah, Natarajan a little bit lucky there, short fine leg up, and you bowl the ball down leg side, and Surya missing out. He's not had a particularly good year, Surya Kumar Yadav, just 74 runs in 4 games, early days of course, 4 games before today, averaging just 18.5. Okay strike rate, but is not of 137, which is acceptable if not brilliant, but has yet to make a significant contribution.
Not the big score you might want to get yourself settled into a new tournament. Natarajan in, a slightly slower ball, and Yadav nearly plays that onto his stumps. It does go behind the stumps, and Bairstow really quick there to be able to sweep in, do the fielding, and make sure there's no run able to be taken. But he didn't really seem to know too much about that one, Yudev.
No, indeed, Surya just kind of hanging back in the crease a little bit, as Quinton de Kock was for the first ball. Natarajan is, he's bowling at 138, 137 kilometres an hour, so it's a sort of 83, 84 mile an hour range or so. So nippy. This pitch doesn't appear to be slow. If people were worried about that particularly, it seems a fairly decent paced wicket.
Absolutely, so far, and a ball that comes across Yudev, but looks to play that ball off to mid-off. Warner does the fielding there at mid-off, and that'll be the end of that over, and just 7 runs for 1 wicket. Yes. Tony.
Super first over from Natarajan.
On hot mic, Brian Cusack says morning from soggy and cold Northampton. That's not this morning particularly, I suspect. That's most mornings in my experience. No, that's unfair, Brian. Irish Outsider says, fire it up and fire it up again. Double trouble ready to go, and soggy as well here in the Royal Borough.
Yeah, it's a grim old day across the United Kingdom today, as it was yesterday.
If there is play, of course, in the Blast finals, we'll keep you up to date on that as well. But I'm not entirely sure there will be today either, rather sadly.
No, indoor
finding up the reserve days.
Well, we're into the reserve day.
Yep, I'm going to change in the bowling.
Yeah, we do indeed. 1 over spells for the opening bowlers to start with at least, and the headband warrior coming in for his first game of the season.
Rise, Siddharth Kaul.
Siddharth Kaul's been a very important part of the Sunrisers team over the last couple of years. Was one of the first Indian domestic bowlers to bowl the knuckle ball very well. In fact, he's developed as where he will hide his fingers behind the ball in his regular full pace delivery to add deception. Got him into the India team a couple of years ago, although his star has waned a little bit.
And his first ball is on leg stump, and Quinton de Kock plays that behind square leg, no cutting that off at all, and that's de Kock's first boundary of his innings.
1 2 ka 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Not the most auspicious start to IPL 2020 for the very experienced Siddharth Kaul. By the way, talking of T20 Blast news, there will be an inspection for the first semi-final between Surrey and Gloucestershire at 12 p.m. UK time, so that is in
a wet pitch.
37 minutes.
Call in for that down the leg side again. I'm sure that will be called a wide.
So signalled by umpire Ken Ananthapadmanabhan, who Ananda informs us is a very well respected and talented leg spinner from Kerala, who was very unlucky not to play for India. Which time scale would that have been, Ananda? 70s, 80s for Ananthapadmanabhan?
He was born, he's 51, so one would guess probably about 25 years ago.
So India were not short of spinners in the 70s. Oh, 90s apparently. Okay, so
best
that would have been
8 for 57 in first class cricket, and a best of 5 for 38 in List A cricket.
So that would have been what? Kumble.
No mug with the ball.
It would have been Anil Kumble's time then.
That's a full length ball, but again on leg stump by Kaul. But it is there is a deep square leg for such an eventuality, and they will prevent the boundary. Just a single there for de Kock. He'll move to 6. But Mumbai have found scoring in this over just a little bit easier. 6 off the over so far. 13 for 1 they are after 2 overs and 2 balls.
Yeah, not a
covered the subject for an Indo's next book as well. Wizards, the story of umpires with unpronounceable names.
It's not unpronounceable, it's just long.
Good subject matter.
It's just long and has lots of the same syllable repeated. So that caller was 2 leg-sidey consistently to the left-handed Quinton de Kock.
Let's see how he is, and that is, well, fairly much the same line as he bowled for the first 3 balls, but that's way outside the off stump of Yudev, and he's played that high and hard, but doesn't quite reach the boundary over deep cover, and so he'll just take a 1 bounce boundary.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
Yeah, lovely shot by Surya. Just opened the face to guide it up and over point. And if you're hitting a a one bounce 4 over point, even on these small square boundaries. You're timing the ball nicely.
I did think he almost had to reach for it a bit too much, but was well within his boundaries. And that is a lovely back foot punch through extra cover. Maybe this call experiment may well be one that is short-lived. Another marvellous boundary for Yadav.
Yeah, the first was inventive. The second was just absolutely glorious.
Just on, reaching back in his crease, top of the bounce. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, having
And
a
there's
little...
some reassuring words. Maybe if you bowl the ball straighter and better, these things wouldn't happen to you from the fielder. Slightly to see if the headband will work. Maybe it's too tight tonight. There's a fuller length, and that is driven a wonderful on drive by Yadav. That is 3 4s in a row, and they're motoring now Mumbai 25 for 1.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, he's not found a consistent line and length, Siddharth Kaul, who certainly in sort of 2016, 2017, when the Sunrisers kind of built this dynasty of Indian fast bowlers, was superb, got into the Indian team for 2018, but the last couple of IPLs, last year in particular, found that the magic had worn off, and so far he doesn't seem to have rediscovered it. That was a very easy half volley to be put away on leg stump.
Last ball of the over, and that is more of the... I was going to say more of the same. Yadav's eyes lit up as he thought he was going to drive that right between mid-off and mid-on, but Cole managed to be able to prevent the force. Some useful fielding of his own bowling. No run off that last ball of the over. 3 overs in the book. Mumbai 25 for 1. Tony, what is social media telling us?
Well, it's being polite. It's being very polite in the form of Sunny Kumar on Cricket Tracker, who's simply saying good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Which is a very nice way to welcome us. But our Twitterati are a tad quiet, and I suspect it's a little early in the morning for some of them. That may be why. I'll have a quick look on YouTube. And it's fairly quiet there as well. But there are lots and lots and lots of people on Cricket Tracker India. They're just being a tad on the shy side.
Well, I'm sure they'll come and speak to us about
I think obviously we're in a slightly better time zone really with the day games for the Indian and the subcontinental audience.
There's been a change in the bowling. We'll find out who that bowler is in just a second. And that first ball is wide outside the Cox off stump. He has a slash. It's Sandeep Sharma who's come back in for his second over.
Yeah, switch of ends for Sandeep.
Yep.
Who's coming up to bowl when in the auction fairly cheap? Got a pretty good ball. Yes, you are Sandeep Sharma.
Reasonable first over, apart from bowling short to Rohit Sharma. Got the wicket, of course.
Got the wicket, nevertheless. And Yadav will be facing. That's just on his off stump, full length ball, and that's driven out to mid off, but there'll be no run.
I might also point out that my Twitter feed has just refreshed, and they're not quiet at all.
Are they not quiet at all?
No, so I will at the end of this over catch up on a few friends that we missed.
Yeah.
The floor will be yours, Mr. Bishop.
It's going to be. I think the Sunrisers. Well, obviously Rashid Khan is always a very significant player for them. He was brilliant the other day against Chennai Super Kings. I'll finish that thought after this ball.
Sharma in, and that is a Yorker length delivery, but it's on leg stump, and Yadav will play that, but this time not hitting the short fine leg fielder. Down to long leg, another boundary.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
They might have started life in the bowler's head as a Yorker. It ended up as a half volley outside leg stump, easy put away. Rashid was superb against the Chennai Super Kings, but it's going to be important for the Sunrisers to take early wickets with Siddharth Kaul and Natarajan and Sandeep Sharma, because the other bowling options have got Abdul Samad and Abhishek Sharma, who are very much part-timers, and you don't have Bhuvi at the death.
A slower delivery this time from Sharma, and that is just gently played to long on, and they'll jog through for a single. Yadav will now It would be on 17 from 11 balls. De Kock on 7. Mumbai 31 for 1.
We've seen at Sharjah from the 3 games so far that it's possible to score in excess of 70 runs in the last 5 overs if you've got players who are set. I think we've already seen the most runs ever in IPL history in the last 5 overs set this season at Sharjah. So Sunrisers can't afford to leave it late.
Absolutely. And that is wide outside the off stump. De Kock plays that forcefully out to deep cover. But that's where one of the 2 fielders outside of the 30-metre circle is currently residing. And so De Kock will take another single. And that will allow Yadav to face the final ball of the over, as we see some of the Mumbai team there desperately seeking cover wherever it is they can get it. Tony earlier on talking about these very hot conditions. Final ball of the over, and that, nearly a caught and ball chance there. A slightly mistimed drive. Sandeep, a lovely attempt, but fielded at mid-off. No run. Tony, the floor is yours.
Farong, all the way from Dhaka. Afternoon all from Dhaka. Bizarre over, wide called but edged. Good review, especially as it was the first over. Cheers. Dilip Mysurika says just bowl wides. Ravi Nair says that was a great tactical move by Bombay, getting rid of their slow and lumbering but undroppable captain early. Now they can score some runs. Tim Everingham says, evening Gorilla. Lovely to have some day games in the IPL with Gorilla commentary. Hope you are all doing well wherever they are listening from. Muttley says, morning all. Looking forward to not 1 but 2 games covered today. Backing Sunrisers this match, love and sausages. Jay Grover says, Walt Whitman, we're talking about my captain again, is not very good. Better than the Friday the 13th reboot, mind. I remember Slim Whitman as well. That's something totally different. Leo the Hanoverian Hun says, hi Knuckle, Tony and Al. And Mumbai are in trouble, I see. This would probably be a good time for De Kock to find his touch. Jay Grover, and I'll hold them there. Whoosh.
And Natarajan has come in for the first ball of his second spell of 1 over, but that is absolutely in the slot for De Kock for a straight drive, and that's gone all the way for 4 runs.
And a change of ends for this man.
Magister temerato malum devoratrix Tangarasu Natarajan.
And Natarajan again in, and that is maybe moving off the seam in towards De Kock's hands. He tries to cut that away, but a backward point there is able to prevent the single from being taken, and there's no run.
Yeah, Natarajan bowling very nicely to his field. There's 3 men behind square, or sort of from point round to behind square. So you've got a regular point, a backward point, and a short third man there for Quinton de Kock, for the shot that Quinton de Kock plays through the point region. So Natarajan is trying to he's trying to find the balance between bowling outside off stump but not giving too much width.
Absolutely, and that is a full-length ball outside off stump, which De Kock just tries to hoik away in quite an agricultural fashion, but mistimes it, and mid-wicket will do the fielding. It was interesting on the graphic, the 2 fielders outside the circle are at a fine leg and a deep backward point, so anything really...
Deep square leg.
Yeah, anything behind, anything that's going to puncture that ring of fielders in the covers is going to go quite easily for 4 runs. So he's got not much room to play with here as he comes in for the 4th ball of his over, and that is an attempted scoop, which I think takes the outside edge of Yadav's bat. Sorry, of De Kock's bat, and they'll run through for a single. Pretty unconvincing stuff.
Leg by,
that premeditated ramp shot, scoop shot, however you want to talk about it.
So leg by, in fact, it came off his arm because he was through the shot too early. He's trying to do that because the fine leg is up. In fact, fine leg had come up and deep point had gone back. So fine leg is up. He's trying to use the pace to work it through that work it through that region. Yeah, good bowling from Natarajan, making Quinton de Kock try and do things he doesn't want to do, and good field placing set for him by David Warner.
Yeah, that's shown as a leg by, like you're saying. It came off the hand or the arm guard. There's again an attempted premeditated sweep shot. Pretty sure that shouldn't be called a wide, even though It does go over Kumar's leg stump. It hasn't been called a wide. It's good to see that, even though the premeditated movement of the batsman might seem that it's a bit more leg side than it really is.
No, it's tight actually. To be fair, that probably should have been called a wide.
No, even though if he stood there, it would hit him on the body.
Yeah, maybe. It's a tight one. But the umpire has said otherwise. We'll have a change in 1 ball's time.
Absolutely. And this last ball of that over is wide, but short of a length. Unable to be driven by Yadav. It takes an inside edge. It is backward square leg who does the fielding, and that's the end of 5 overs. Mumbai Indians are 38 for 1.
I will just finalise some messages and then I will run away for a little while. Jay Graver says, I feel weirdly guilty as Sheffield is lovely now. Campaign to resurrect Bramall Lane as a cricket ground. Yeah, I don't see why not. Diana Patterson says, do you think 4:18 a.m. is early? Yes. Jay Graver says, too good for my tweets now, Tony. I'm not quite sure why that would be the case, but that was what was said. Kathabath Tharun is with us on Cricket Tracker amongst many others, and that's me for now.
Thanks, Tony. I'll take over from there.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. I'm going to be taking you through ball by ball. I, Nakal Pandey. I'll be reading your tweets for the next 5 overs, and we welcome for the first time today Aninder Dutta.
Hello, good to be here.
Hey.
Good evening from Singapore.
How are you?
Very good, thank you. I'm glad it's still below 12 runs and over at Sharjah.
It might not be as Siddharth Kaul keeps bowling much longer. He's back into the attack. So David Warner shuffling through his seamers, but Siddharth Kaul has started this over pretty much as he bowled the last. He's bowled a full toss on the legs of Surya Kumar Yadav, who's clipped him away dismissively for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
If Sid Kaul keeps bowling at Surya Kumar Yadav, he's probably going to be in the Indian team very soon.
Surya?
Yeah.
Yeah, Siddharth Kaul was a member of the Indian team through the tail end of 2017.
I mean Surya.
No, I know, but it's amazing to see how quickly Siddharth Kaul's star has fallen in the last couple of years. This is a knuckleball outside off stump, the first of those slower balls that Siddharth Kaul does bowl so well. It just holds up a little bit in the wicket, perhaps, or certainly Surya wasn't quite ready for it and just guides a single up to mid-off. But in the last couple of years, the slower balls haven't been sticking in the pitch. The changes of pace have been easy to hit, and he has not pushed on in the way that one might have expected. Also,
he had a short stint with the Indian team, and he did very well, if I remember, at that time. I mean, he probably took just 2 or 3 wickets, but I think he bowled very well during that short stint.
Yeah, through the early to mid part of 2018. Some injuries around helped him get into the team, but he was absolutely there on merit at the time. Had a brilliant IPL in 2016 and 2017. This is full outside the off stump of Quinton de Kock, who guides this out for a single. Didn't time it very well. Good delivery from Siddharth Kaul, going for the wide Yorker. I do wonder, Siddharth Kaul has been wearing the headband long before it became fashionable in COVID times.
Absolutely. he's had that on, I think, all his career. But this is quite a weakened Sunrisers attack, I have to say.
Any attack that's missing Bhuvneshwar Kumar is going to be weakened. He's out with a thigh strain. Siddharth Kaul in for him. This is outside off stump, and a half volley really outside off stump, and Surya Kumar Yadav has now dismissed Siddharth Kaul for 3 glorious boundaries through the offside. Floaty half volley really outside off stump. A little bit of gentle swing, but a really lovely shot by Surya, not bothering to keep it down, just punching it up and over. He's a very elegant player, Surya Kumar Yadav. He's on to 27 off 17 now. 2 balls left of the power play. Mumbai 48 for 1. The men back are at deep point and deep square leg. This is oh my word, that's a terrible delivery, but somehow Surya Kumar Yadav has hit it straight to short fine leg. It was a half volley well outside leg stump. Would have been a wide if Surya had left it. Siddharth Kaul is admonishing himself even though he got the wicket, because that wasn't what he was trying to bowl. But Surya has clipped it powerfully, clipped it elegantly, clipped it straight to the fielder. He's gone for 27 off 18. Siddharth Kaul has a wicket that even he wasn't expecting.
Go OUT the window,
simple catch for Natarajan at head height, caught by the left armour off the bowling of Siddharth Kaul. Mumbai Indians, 1 ball left of the power play, 48 for 2. I think that took everybody by surprise.
He just threw his wicket away. I mean, that's the only way to describe it. He was playing so well, and the previous shot, I was just going to say that dismissed as you described it was the only way to describe it. The drive.
He did play that shot once earlier on in his innings and managed to hit the fielder absolutely square between the eyes. But the only difference this time was he didn't do it on the bounce. So yeah, there must just a feeling of utter desperation going back to the crease that way. I'm playing well. I'm scoring runs. This might be the launch for the rest of the IPL, and all of a sudden there you are.
You know, Rohit's out. This was his chance to play the innings of the match.
Still power to add, and this man has been in good form since he came into the team as Mumbai Indians number 4.
Well, it's time for Ish and Kish and Cousins.
Ishan Kishan probably 4th in line to the Indian wicketkeeper batter, thrown behind KL Rahul and Rishabh Pant and Sanju Samson, but a good player. Ishan Kishan has been in decent form in this year's IPL. A powerful player despite his relatively slight frame. Got Mumbai into a super over against the Kolkata Knight Riders, but they were too exhausted to bat in a magnificent innings to burgle a super over from a game that should have been a 20-run loss. He faces up to his first ball, which is a decent delivery, fullish on middle and leg, and he blocks up to Priyam Garg at mid-on. There is no run. Decent enough power play for the Mumbai Indians. I think they'll be happy enough with 48 for 2. Ishan Kishan, naught off the 1 ball he's faced. Quinton de Kock, 13 off 12, but a little bit of a reset needed. Al, what have we got on socials?
Just Woy Palm asking if there's a URL that he can use to manually set his internet radio. Apparently, for some reason, it's dropped.
Yeah, I think Woy Palm, you are making it harder than it needs to be to listen to us.
Some of what's being talked about does sound pretty complicated.
Maybe you should just go to YouTube. That might just be easier.
That will YouTube or Cricket Track India. That will probably be the path of least resistance, I think. But that was all that was on. That was all that was on Twitter from the last over.
I can bring some people on.
I think it's at 48 for 2. It's much less than I think they would have wanted on this ground. Although I get it that the last few overs are the ones which get significant runs, but this is a good ground to be a batsman. It's not a good ground to be any kind of a bowler.
No, indeed, unless you're exceptionally good. We'll have some part-time spin for the first over after the power play. Better known as a batter, but he starts with a decent rolled leg break outside the left-hander the off stump of left-hander Quinton de Kock, who misses through to the keeper. There is no run off the bowling of this man. Abdul Samad, better known as a hitter of spin than a bowler of it, but a useful part-timer, bowls this straightish, and they've done well to come back for 2 there. Ishan Kishan and Quinton de Kock just turned with soft hands into the leg side and sprinted for 2. Quinton de Kock and Ishan Kishan. Not many 2s at Sharjah. Yeah, Abdul Samad is one of the players who people are very excited about with his death hitting, with his hitting ability, particularly against spinners. Average nearly 40 in the Ranji Trophy, which doesn't sound that impressive, but at well over a run a ball in terms of strike rate, which is pretty impressive for a full first-class season. Abdul Samad also good in the domestic T20 and List A tournaments.
You've got 2 very hard-hitting wicketkeepers play at the crease together, and I mean they can really take a game away if they settle down. These 2.
Yeah, indeed, and we don't need any more introduction to Kieran Pollard and Hardik Pandya and what they can do, but they were they were superb the other night against the Kings 11 Punjab. In comes Abdul Samad, tosses this up, a little bit of drift from some of them. Might have been a googly, but it was too full for any turn, and this is punched out to long on by Quinton de Kock. Well fielded, good throw. Rashid Khan got a that's not Rashid Khan. That's Abhishek Sharma. That's got a good throwing arm. Only the 1 run taken.
Shows how well that previous 2 was well timed and well run. That there aren't too many 2s available around on these on this pick.
No, it's probably one of the very few places on this Sharjah outfield you could have got a 2, and even then it took very good running and very good weight of stroke. Ishan Kishan facing up to Abdul Samad, who comes round the wicket and bowls very full, and this is just lofted back up over the bowler's head by Ishan Kishan, just happy to ship it to Manish Pandey. Chip it very straight over the bowler's head. Manish Pandey comes round from mid on to field, and they come through for a single. A little bit too full from Abdul Samad. It was an attempted googly, but didn't really turn. Only 4 singles off the first 4 balls of the over, which you'll take from your part-time spinner. Abhishek Sharma and Abdul Samad very much making up the change bowlers. I'm sure we'll see Rashid Khan before too long. That's a poor delivery, dragged down. But again, a relatively poor delivery should have resulted in a wicket, but Manish Pandey was set at long on, just a few yards in off the rope, and has parried it over his head for 6. Did all the work, did all the footwork, got into a good position, and it just burst through the hands. Quinton de Kock takes the single to short third man. 11 runs off the first over by Abdul Samad. Should really, though, have been 1 for 5. A decent over from Abdul Samad. Mumbai 59 for 2 off 7. Quinton de Kock dropped on 22 on 16.
Decent over indeed, and is very, very lucky to get away with that one, because any other day Manish Pandey would have taken that catch. Very, very lucky, just bounced off his hand.
Nice work if you were palming it over behind as a goalkeeper for a
exactly.
corner,
I was just thinking of that.
Not great. The cricket list wants to ask the question: is Ishan Kishan the best cricketer player whose name rhymes?
Yeah, unfortunately that only works if you marginally mispronounce it. But yeah, it's not bad. Ishan Kishan, technically. We do have the. I'm trying to think of some other. Yeah, rhyming names. Yeah, please do send those in. We do have the Sunrisers bringing in their premier spinner, who was magnificent the other night against the Super Kings. And he comes to Quinton de Kock. Starts with a leg break rather than the googly. Turned by Quinton de Kock to short fine leg for a single.
Isn't it 4 overs for 12 runs last time? I think it was.
Wickets as well for the magnificent Afghan. This one just goes on with the arm, and Ishan Kishan stands tall and punches it off the back foot to the edge of the circle. The man coming in from long on does the fielding. Yeah, in fact, he's had two brilliant games in a row. None for 12 against the Super Kings, and then 3 for 14 against the Capitals the day before that. No one has got on top of Rashid Khan particularly. A googly outside leg stump, a little bit of turn. Quinton de Kock happy to stay back in the crease and pull out to long leg for a single.
Rashid Khan has taken leg spin bowling spin bowling in T20 to another level, I have to say. He really has elevated the art.
This is outside leg stump. That's a magnificent looking shot from Ishan Kishan. The camera operator's completely lost it, as did the fielder possibly, but it was a lovely fluent slog sweep through square leg, hit hard for 4. Nothing dreadfully wrong with the delivery. It was an orthodox leg break on leg stump. Didn't turn particularly, but a lovely reach from Ishan Kishan to make sure that he could put the full weight of stroke through the ball and power it away for 4. He doesn't time this pull shot as well. He just takes a single. Rashid's marginally left effective against left-handers who had some joy with the sweep. But you're right, Ananda, he's a cut above. Even in a wrist spin dominated format like T20 cricket, he's a level above everyone else in terms of his consistency and his ability to be both a defensive and attacking bowler, which is very difficult to do as a spin bowler.
And he does that all over the world, right?
Absolutely. Rashid in round the wicket for the last ball of the over, and somehow he's not bowled Quinton de Kock. De Kock was going for the reverse sweep from a ball that angled into him from outside off stump. He got into a horrible tangle, was cramped for room, and it's come off some combination of glove and pad, I think, and nearly, in fact, both arms and his back hit, and just rolled past the stumps. Quinton de Kock had absolutely no clue there. Rashid Khan slightly unlucky to go for 8 runs in that over. Mumbai 67 for 2 after 8.
Big Pig. Hi Gorillas, I listen to you on my Google Home. It's as easy as saying, hey Google, stream Gorilla Cricket from TuneIn. So some advice there. Dr. Dan Diaper saying that he's not. It doesn't appear to be very well. He's got some more blood tests this week. So get well soon, Dr. Dan. Jay Grover, engineers will never take A to B when they can involve Z.
Well, Abdul Samad tosses this up. It does get significant dip actually, because that looked as though it was going to be a waist-high full toss, but ends up pretty much on the toes of Ishan Kishan, who delays his stroke nicely and whips the single up to long on. But and then let's nerd out about spin bowling for a while. That dipped significantly from Abdul Samad. He's really trying to give the ball a rip.
Is I think they're showing the previous delivery from.
Yeah, that's right. But
Rashid Khan.
Abdul Samad, as a part-time-ish spinner, not afraid to toss the ball up. That was very slow and tossed on, but Quinton de Kock was waiting for it and powers it back over the sight screen for 6.
Oh, I say, chap, give me any lip.
The first 6, Abdul Samad, well, poor ball that was dropped over the boundary. This one, a little bit too full, a little bit too predictable perhaps, and Quinton de Kock needed no second invitation.
Especially when you've got Rashid Khan from the other end. When you have a part-time leg spinner from one end, he's going to get hit now. I mean, there's no getting away from that. At least the batsman's going to try. Especially
on a ground with very small, short boundaries, relatively speaking, although that would have been 6 in most grounds. A really good running again from Kishan and de Kock. De Kock just worked a single to mid-wicket, who flung the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end to try and catch Ishan Kishan short. Ishan Kishan was in, it bounced off the stumps, and Kishan and de Kock were very alert to the overthrow off the stumps. So Quinton de Kock ends up with 2 runs from just a little gentle push again. So mixing power and sharp practice. We're going to have a look upstairs. Srinivasan is the K. Srinivasan is the third umpire. It was definitely Shamsuddin earlier, so I'm not quite sure what's
maybe they're rotating
what's happening. But it looked as though Ishan Kishan was in quite comfortably, unless I read the match figures wrong. No, it does appear there's been a change of third umpire at some point between the umpire list being published. It was Bairstow, in fact, who came round from behind the stumps to shortish square leg to field. He got the throwaway cookie, but Ishan Kishan's in very comfortably.
The throw.
Well, he got to it as quickly as he could, and he got the throwaway as quickly as he could. Good backing up from Ishan Kishan.
It wasn't fast enough, to get him out.
Even Johnny Bairstow is not that quick. So yes, no danger.
But both of these guys are very fast runners between the wickets.
Certainly. Abdul Samad continuing round the wicket to Quinton de Kock. Googly perhaps, which holds up a little bit in the wicket. There's no one at orthodox mid-wicket, and so Bairstow ends up having to chase this out to mid-wicket. And so again they pick up 2 from just a little gentle push. Quinton de Kock's taking a leaf out of the Virat Kohli textbook of batting against spinners.
It's, Bairstow, you're the one with the gloves. At some point, throwing the ball at your end in frustration about the fact that you've had to run 30 yards in order to field might not really be doing some of your other fielders any good. Well,
you saw the glove fly behind him as Bairstow tried to ready himself for the throw. Samad into Quinton de Kock. Drags this short, pulled all on the ground this time, and just beats Manish Pandey, who's having a torrid time in the last few overs. That was pulled very powerfully. Manish Pandey had some ground to make up to his left and just couldn't get there. 4 runs. Pit the gap.
It was terrible delivery. It deserved everything that it got. Very short, just waiting to be hit.
What'll Samad finish with? He finished with a fuller delivery, which is turned round the corner by Quinton de Kock for a single. So the first over was nicely constructed by Abdul Samad, but he's showing his limitations as a part-time spinner. 16 runs off that over. Mumbai Indians 83 for 2 at the timeout. 9 overs gone.
I was going to ask the question about whether it was that Samad, if he'd bowled well enough, might well have been able to take one of the overs from call if Warner felt that he wasn't really going to be able to do the job for 4 overs. But I think that second over might well have answered that question for me, I think.
27 runs in 2 overs, I think he's going to be a bit more careful.
The 4 main bowlers, obviously, Sandeep Sharma, Natarajan, Kaul and Rashid Khan. Abhishek Sharma might well be called on to bowl, so they're the sort of 6th bowler, so maybe between them they can take one of Kaul's over. You've got Kane Williamson who could be called upon for a bit of off spin.
Bit of trundly off spin from Kane Williamson, maybe.
Yeah, but I was just looking last night at the bowling performances through this season. What we've got, 15 days of it, right? And of the top 20-25 bowlers, every spinner in that list is a wrist spinner. Mm-hmm. Everyone.
Yeah.
Which that wrist spin is more impactful, but it's surprising not to have any finger spinner in there, knowing that Ashwin's been injured as well. I mean, of course, that makes a difference.
Yeah, Narayan's been very economical, but hasn't taken too many wickets.
No.
And I think that is the role for a lot of finger spinners. You do have the people sort of in the in-between categories who are sort of, somebody like Mujib hasn't played yet this season, but guys like Mujib and like Narayan who are sort of front-of-the-hand mystery spin bowlers, or Washington Sundar at the Royal Challengers Bangalore.
Well, Washington Sundar is a slow bowler.
He sort of falls.
He's not a finger spinner. He's not a wrist spinner.
It's almost like a throwback to the sort of SF Barnes type sort of fast cutters. It's very, very effective when the ball.
It is.
When the ball does turn.
He's a good bowler for this format. He's a very good bowler.
He absolutely is. He's very brave and he's very accurate, and he knows his game very, very well. And the thing is about that, when you're bowling at that pace and when you're that accurate, you don't. Even a little bit of turn becomes so much harder to play.
Nakul, before we go on, I'm just going to make a plug for County Cricket Matters. We've got the latest issue of County Cricket Matters up on Kindle now worldwide. So anybody who is unable to get the physical copy from Annie can now buy it on all Amazon websites worldwide.
Wonderful stuff. That's issue 5 of County Cricket Matters.
Issue 4. Right?
Issue 4, in fact. Still no news on the T20 Blast, the inspection in 11 minutes, but it's been on and off rain at Edgbaston. Al, what have we got on socials?
Not much really on social. I am looking forward to reading Annie's interview with David Gower, though, in that latest.
It's very good. Very good.
Yeah, I can tell you we've got lots of people with us on Crick Tracker. Bhupender Singh, Abhinesh Abhi, Ajaz Ahmed, Hasib Raza, Roshan Zamir, Ajay Yadav, Santosh Appu, Jay Surya, not that one, Rohit Chinchorka and Ranjit Venjaramud are just the latest few, and Rinku Singh and Jagannath Gouda are all with us as well. It does look as though we are going to see one of those changes that we were talking about. So Rashid Khan just getting the 1 over, and this bearded fuzzy Kiwi is coming into the attack.
Kane Williamson, Kane Williamson, Kane Williamson, Kane Williamson.
I've got a tweet about this. Nizam Bajaj. Kane's been banned for chucking, can't bowl. Well, apparently he can.
Yeah, he has been bowling for New Zealand in the last few years. Has never taken an IPL wicket in all of his years. He tosses this up outside off stump, but it doesn't turn. De Kock playing for turn beats him on the inside edge, or the bottom edge really, because if he's trying to cut it, Bairstow can't take cleanly either, and they'll run through for 2 byes to start Kane Williamson's first bowling spell of the year. Speaking of bowlers, one of the very greatest of all time is in the Sunrisers camp, Mutaya Muralidharan. This is tossed up outside off stump by Kane Williamson, who barely deserves to be mentioned in the same sentence as Mutaya Muralidharan in terms of spin bowlers.
But the funny part is if you look at Kane Williamson's, just the last part of his action, he's sort of modelling it now on Murali's last part of his action.
Yeah, it's somebody it's sort of somebody who's had Murali described to them down the phone. De Kock took the single to the offside of the second ball of the over. The third is swung out on the sweep shot by Ishan Kishan to deep mid-wicket, despite the fact that the camera operator was looking to point. Single taken.
It's just like a randomness of it's gone somewhere, anywhere. Find the ball. Sally R56 saying
Williamson in, tossed up, nicely delivered on off stump. Down the track comes Quinton de Kock and turns this to short fine leg. There is no run, but tidy stuff from Kane Williamson, doing what his captain David Warner would have wanted him to do, just to get through a quiet over before the halfway point. At which point we will have a change of personnel. Tony is going to come onto ball by ball. Nestler is going to take over from Tweets, and Al and I are going to have a break, and Linda is going to stay where he is. Nitin. Absolutely. You're going to miss Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. At the top, yes, but even more so at the death. He's a fantastic bowler in that phase of the innings. We have talked about it a little bit already today, but it's going to be very difficult to keep Mumbai in check without Bhuvi, unless wickets are taken in this next phase of the game. This is tossed up by Kane Williamson, quite quick, and turned by Ishan Kishan to deep mid-wicket. He's 10 off 8, not showing any great urgency as yet. Quinton de Kock has powered on to 44 off 28. Last ball of Kane Williamson's over, last ball of this little commentary triad is whipped by Quinton de Kock from outside off stump to long on for a single. So tidy stuff from Williamson, 7 runs
very well
off the over. That'll do for the Sunrisers. Mumbai Indians, though, are happier. After 10 overs, they are 90 for 2.
Thank you, Knuckle. Yes, they are indeed 90 for 2. Remembering, of course, the average first innings score here in Sharjah, 223 in this IPL. And the little was that a snort of derision, or what was that, Manindo?
No. It's I didn't want to go on a rant on Sharjah on the air, so I spent the last hour with a school group of mine ranting on Sharjah.
So you snorted instead.
Yeah. Some of them are very fond of Sharjah. They live in the UAE, so they're in love with the fact that the IPL is happening there.
It's going to be Rashid Khan, who is into Quinton de Kock. Quinton de Kock steers him easily away to mid-wicket. And I think Knuckles waving. That probably means he wants to go to the toilet or he wants to play a jingle. Be one of the two.
Rashid Khan, yes please. The best touchdown bowler in the whole silly world, yeah. Rashid Khan, yes please. What you gonna do when he bowls to you,
Ishan Kishan just leans forward. Rashid Khan dives to his right. This prevents a run. That's rare commodity at Sharjah then, Anindo. A dot ball.
Absolutely, and it's like I've watched matches in the last few days at Sharjah.
She can't in again. That one was the googly, but it was carved straight to cover by Ishan Kishan. No run.
This has been a different inning so far, but the last few matches that I've watched here has just been frustrating. It's as a bowler, it's been frustrating.
Rashid Khan again, that one was a leg break and it was worked away to mid-wicket by Kishan again, just a single. It's going to be hot work running these ones and twos. Speaking of hot work, on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Hot Mic and other social media is our man from Mars, none other than Nestle Boy, as this one is away to the I suppose it was to mid-on. And it will just net a single for Quinton de Kock. Actually, a man called Nestle probably shouldn't be on Mars. It's absolutely fine to be somewhere in the Milky Way, but Mars would not be the place of choice. Your brand selection, Nestle, is subpar, mate. I'm really sorry.
I'm not on brand by being
not on brand at all. In comes Rashid Khan, worked away by Ishan Kishan. Again, it's down to deep mid-wicket, and again, it's just a jogged single. So it'll be the end of that over, and a very, very economical one and well bowled one by Rashid Khan. Just 4 runs from it. That is positively frugal on this postage stamp Sharjah ground. So 94 for 2 are the Mumbai Indians. We've had 11 overs. They will be looking to accelerate. Nestlers, albeit from Mars. What have you got?
Oh, well, talking of county cricket matters, we have Annie Chave, who's getting her gorilla fix, and she says, hello, you lovely 3. I think she's been suffering somewhat from especially the commentary from KP on the main feed, which is
Yes.
excruciating to say the least. I've never
I think
heard
people all over the
anything
world
so
have
bad.
been.
Oh,
Well, there's Kane Williamson continuing, and this one is hauled away to deep mid wicket. It will be fielded down on the boundary there, and will just should have netted 2. You don't see too many 2s. It'll take Kishan on to 14.
I mean, we've all watched a lot of cricket down the years, some more than others, and it's just trying to be the blokey bloke on comms too hard. It's just awful.
He's probably just trying to find his sort of niche, his métier, what he
I know what his
the way he
niche
wants
is.
to tackle things. This one is worked too long on by Kishan. Again, it's just a single. Could bring Quentin de Kock back onto strike. A man who says his favourite film is Avengers Infinity War, Quentin de Kock. Well, it's not exactly up there with Casablanca and
Citizen Kane, is it?
Citizen Kane. No, but there you go. That is his.
Each to their own.
choice.
Each to their own.
Well, I'm not being critical. I was merely observing. That is Quentin de Kock's favourite film. At least that's what he told the IPL website. Down the track he comes. Doesn't matter what his favourite film is. That went higher and higher and higher and higher, and is a sixpennyworth.
Having been struck by the bats, the ball pitches beyond the boundary. It's a six.
50 runs, you're 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, you're 50
Williamson in again.
The job is on.
That's a very long jingle, I have to say.
Beautifully. He really did use his feet well for that six. 2 skips, and he's obviously facing a man who also knows how to use his feet pretty well at the crease. Kane Williamson. Bit of a rare treat to see his off breaks given an outing, but they are today. He's coming around the wicket. And Kishan comes to the party this time. That's away over long on. Williamson just looks annoyed and frustrated, but it was absolutely spanked.
Thank you.
Is Williamson a decent bowler?
Not from the looks of it.
Well, I'll have a look. We'll have a look at his. See what we can find in the way of his numbers.
Someone on Twitter just said he was banned. I didn't realize that. I've never seen for chucking.
Well, look, his action. I didn't see anything.
No,
too
now
untoward
it's
in his
okay.
action there, did you?
No. Now it seems okay.
This one again is just worked away this time. Not as belligerent as bludgeoning or as anything like as spectacular. He's never taken an IPL wicket though. He's tidy as a part-timer, but not threatening. Is the voice of the green room, aka Knuckle, which is probably a fair summary, I suspect.
Well, I guess bowlers far better than him have had action troubles, so we shouldn't single him out for that.
Jay Grover's with us. I find it very upsetting that the fine man that is Tim Murtagh has his name associated with an absolute chuckle fuck. Nitin Bajaj says it's 37 degrees out there in Sharjah. The guys are earning their dollars. And Leah says, hello Dr. Watney. As I can see, you've been eating very well lately. Good for you, and quite an impressive feat, in reference to Matt Damon and The Martian. I would find known. I would have worn my.
Isn't it The Martian where I didn't know
he gets stuck
harvests
on
all
Mars.
his poo to grow? Yeah, I thought so.
I've got a T-shirt. I've got a Martian T-shirt. I should have worn it. Didn't think.
It's a lovely backdrop.
Yeah,
What's the atmosphere like?
Oh, you wouldn't want to go outside in it.
Perhaps you should have taken a piano accordion or a record player with you. Improve it a bit.
Oh, I've got music.
Oh, okay. Knuckles waving. Toilet or jingle, Knuckle?
No, jingle.
Okay.
Sit call.
Right. Siddhartha call.
Indeed. Well, that was short and sweet. Siddhartha call. His right arm over the wickets, flicked around the corner by Ishan Kishan. There's a man down at long leg, and it will just net him another single. Why Indians move on to 112 for 2.
Gone for the traditional style sweatband on the head, hasn't he?
But
he has not one of those great big ones. It's the traditional sort of thinner look for the headband, isn't it? Beautifully colour coordinated as well. In Sunriser's Hyderabad orange.
£1.50 down the local sports shop.
Exactly. But Sid calls bowling 6 bad deliveries and over, one of which every 3 overs might take a wicket.
Well, that's a no ball.
Yep, it is.
Yeah, that's a huge no ball.
I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
So we have one of these. If you happen to be watching my video, a free hit. I was waving my arm around. So the article is in, and it's lofted by Quentin de Kock. Does he have enough of it? No, it's 2, 3, 4 bounces down to Rashid Khan, who's on that deep mid-wicket boundary. He could have caught it. It wouldn't have mattered if he had. It was, of course, a free hit. And I suppose from a Sunrisers Hyderabad perspective, you could probably say that's a decent result. Just 2 off a free hit. Although probably bowling the no ball in the first place will not have gone down particularly well in that Sunrisers camp. No good looking at their website. It's by far the worst piece of design and UX you will see, well, literally anywhere, I suspect, not even in cricket. I will extend that out to just about any website anywhere in the world. It's that bad. This one is lofted beautifully up, down to the fine legs by Quentin de Kock, who knows his way around that. He moves on to 60 with that 4.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Have they jumped on the merchandising bandwagon, any of the teams?
Yeah.
Well, they all have.
KKR, Mumbai Indians, they've been at it from 2008. I mean, KKR, I think in the early years were making more money from their branding than from cricket.
I fancy a hat.
You fancy a hat?
Quite like that. Or
Any particular one?
Quite like the pink one from the other night.
Ah, okay. Call in again down the try. This one was thumped, but thumped straight back to him by Quentin de Kock. It seemed to be hit pretty hard. It was into the ground. And did they manage to take a single despite the fielding there? Quentin de Kock. What else do we know about his favourite song or musical artist is Radio Gaga by Queen. I mean, it could be worse. Again, there's many more that are better, but Quentin, it's your choice, mate. His favourite non-cricket team is the Springboks rugby team, and his favourite holiday destination, the Zambezi River. Well, I've never been there, but that's the one I might agree with him, because I like the sound of going there, I have to say. Called in again, he's over the wicket. This one is met mightily by Quentin de Kock. That was absolutely gorgeous. Lofted over deep mid-wicket. It's 6 more.
You came out of your hand and into my zone. Now it's up in the stands. It's a 6. It's beautiful and it's mine.
Right in his arc, that one, Anindo, wasn't it?
It was just absolutely beautiful. And the ball just before this, I think, is the only ball in 3 overs which should have been how he has been bowling, how he should have been bowling. He's just been awful. Sorry, but it is. I cannot not mince words with this one. He's just really bad.
You're not a fan of
not from this spell anyway.
Mr. Call, and he comes anyway. He's going to be over the wicket
2.4.
once more to Quentin de Kock, who waits and just drops the bat on this. Johnny Bairstow is quickly across. They have to put in a dive. They might attempt overthrows. I suspect that would probably be too high risk. No, in this case it is just a single. And we are told that most teams have their own dedicated merchandise stores, but the Rajasthan Royals will only sell. I didn't read what the rest of that said.
The pink baseball cap, not the white brim.
Ah, okay. Well, Johnny Bairstow let that fly. He needn't have bothered because the batsman was comfortably home, I suspect, even though he puts his hands on his head, which might be.
You're talking about the website.
Really shouldn't be taking his hat off, to be honest. Should the ginger Johnny. As this one, is slower ball, and it is through to. Well, he is actually fielding, but without his helmet. So I would say, Johnny Bairstow, for a man of your hue, that is a somewhat risky strategy, and I do hope he's got plenty of sun cream on. 126 for 2. It's the end of that 13th over Nestlers, talk to us from Mars.
Jay Grover says, I've never seen Avengers Infinity War, so I can't comment. I think DeCock seems like a lovely little retarded puppy mind. And Leia, to be fair to Quinton, both Casablanca and Citizen Kane are absolutely overrated, and I didn't particularly like them when I was around 12 either. I knew that would start people off.
Well,
I agree with that.
I was merely using them as, let's call it, cinematic benchmarks against Avengers Infinity War. That was all.
Citizen Kane's a great film.
Everyone is entitled to their own opinion.
Absolutely.
What makes great cinema, and if Quentin de Cox happens to be that, good luck
Then
to
it
him.
is. Muttley's with us. His favourite film is Spinal Tap.
Rashid Khan continuing. Oh, now has he got enough? It's up in the air and straight to mid-wicket. Rashid Khan didn't even need the fielder who was already stationed there. He said, I'm having that myself. It spent that long in the air and took it beautifully. Gets pats on the back from his teammate, and I'm afraid Quentin de Kock has gone for 67.
How's that? You missed about, I caught you out. How's that?
That was a lovely innings, though. It was,
It was a
very
beautiful
well
innings.
played.
And he was looking to move things along even more, because we know this is a run fest of a ground. I do have to say that Rashid Khan's fielding was fantastic. He's so alert, isn't he? So lively and busy. There was no doubt. There was a fielder there, and the ball went so high. He said, I'm not risking this for anyone else. I'm going to have that myself.
And he ran back. He ran back and caught that. So it was a remarkable catch, actually, for a cotton ball.
Yeah. No, it was a fine effort. So it's another wicket in his book. We're going to see Hardik Pandya. Obviously, they're well equipped in the finisher department, are Mumbai, so it'll be interesting to see what Hardik brings to the party today. Knuckle, yes, you can play a jingle.
Love this jingle.
And in breaking news, Hardik Pandya.
Always makes me chuckle, that jingle.
Knuckle makes you chuckle.
No, it's that particular jingle makes me chuckle.
I love the way you call him Knuckle, so that's what I was like.
Well, Knuckle. You've got me
If
confused
you call
now.
him Knuckle, then Ishan Kishan is rhymes.
Well, Ishan Kishan does rhyme. Well, it does in the way I say it. Ishan Kishan doesn't sound as good.
Nah.
Sounds a bit like a sneeze as well. Ishan Kishan. 126 for 3. The Mumbai Indians. So to get to the obligatory 200 plus, what are they going to need to go at and over an Indo? Rashid Khan is in. Ishan Kishan, well, he's going to get on with things. He's lofted this again. Or are we? Yes, indeed he has. High over, deep mid wicket, and it's 6 more.
One talk over the line, sweet Jesus, one talk over the line.
Well, they've got to go about 12 runs and over, I think, from here.
Well, lowest first innings score, 216.
Well, then even more.
In comes Rashid Khan. Oh, that was an extraordinary shot by Kishan. I think he stepped back and was looking to carve it.
He realised it was a googly, actually, I think.
We're watching that fantastic piece of fielding. I mean, if any youngster was watching that, I'll just hold that thought for a minute as the full flowing arc of the bat sees this away to only for a single. There was a man out on the deep extra cover boundary, not picked up particularly well by the cameras. But yeah, he was running at full tilt with his head never taking his eyes off the ball.
And Deacock basically fell for the googly. I mean, he played for the leg spin and hit the top of his bat.
Yeah, he did. And Rashid Khan again, he is a wizard, particularly in this format of the game. In he comes, and that has completely foxed. Oh no! Well, it was past Hardik Pandya. It did fool him. Was that Johnny Bairstow whipped the bails off? We'll have another look for you. That was the leg break. It went past the outside edge. Johnny Bairstow, quick, lively, and alert, whipped off the bails, but the foot was well and truly planted.
Hardik Pandya prefers fast bowlers, though.
Yes, indeed. Pandya's just pushing this one away through cover down to deep extra. They'll jog another comfortable single. The score will move on to 134 for 3. So I think what we're thinking at the moment is, well, they're going to have to accelerate a fair bit to get to the lowest score so far. If the lowest score so far is 216, they're going to have to get a bustle on to get there, aren't they?
Yeah, but 13 runs and over from here.
I mean, I'm just looking at sort of the order that they've occurred.
More.
223, 228, and then the 200. No, the other way. Actually, I'm lying. Yes, they started off with the 216, then the 223, and then the 228. So actually, the tendency in the 3 games has been for the scores to go up. Maybe not today. Nestlers.
Nitin Bajaj says, I wonder if is there really a call for him to wear that headband? Little joke in there.
Cool. Oh, very good.
Yes. Cool. Nestlers need a new hat. On board with this one, says Jay. Nitin Bajaj says, Mumbai are flogging memberships now. Gold membership for Indian rupees 2,999 will get you a replica jersey, a mini bat, a cap, and 15% discount on merch. Jay Grover tells us that Quentin de Kock's favourite artist is Margaret Keane. Muttley says, bless you, Tony Bishop.
So my Ish and Kishan sneeze.
Jay Grover says, I'm pretty sure Citizen Kane and Casablanca deserve their reputations, but I still like Krull. So what do I know? Krull.
Oh, okay. No, the last thing I would like to come across is some sort of cinema snob. Everyone, if it's your favourite film, it's your favourite film. It's as simple as that.
We've got a few of them on here already, Tony.
Cinema snobs.
We don't need another one. On Crick Tracker India, Tussar Gar says hello, and he says hello, Tony Bishop.
Hello. Lovely to see you. Hear you.
Where is the game?
Where is the game? The game is at Sharjah in the United Arab Emirates.
I think he's wondering about the fact that we don't.
Does he mean on the telly?
We don't have the rights, so we can't show it.
No. That, I'm afraid, is the case. But you can have our company, and we will describe every ball in intimate, accurate detail for you.
We could have the rights, but Bear spends all our money on beer.
Well, not entirely true, I'm afraid. I tell you, I'm not going to say who, how, when, or why.
Munch.
But we've just done a series of wonderful interviews with a number of our regular listeners, and you can watch out for those in various snippets on social media coming out in the next 2-3 days, I think. One of the questions being, who is your favourite gorilla? And Bear spent all day yesterday editing the one person who actually said Bear. I said, what about the rest of us? He said, I'll get onto them. But there you go. There you go. 134 for 3. The Indians 30 for Ishan Kishan, and just the one so far for Hardik Pandya. 71 IPL games, over 1,146 runs for Hardik Pandya, and we're going to have a jingle for Sandeep, I suspect.
Who's coming up to bowl when in the auction fairly cheap?
And he starts off pretty well. A little tiny shade of movement off the seam, I think, into the right-hander, who pushes it away, and they will take another single. David Warner, the captain, of course, of the Sunrisers, wandering across, tossing the ball from hand to hand. For a word with his bowler, but I thought that was a pretty decent start from Sandeep. On the money, straight off, Nindo.
Absolutely. I think that was you couldn't have asked for better from him, I think.
Well, we're looking at the projected scores. They'd have to go at about 10 and over to get to 192. As this one is again beautifully delivered and just steered to mid-wicket. Once again, it's just a single. It's very hot running those singles. But
he's a very good bowler to have in this situation. He, especially when you don't have Vui, he can really cut the runs.
What was that other stadium next to this stadium? They showed
in Sharjah. That's a very good question. I might have to Google that answer. Maybe Nakul can tell us. if you're looking at Sharjah and there's a stadium next door, what is that for? Is it a soccer stadium, maybe?
I don't know, maybe.
In all likelihood, yeah.
This one is this one is well, it was lofted high over long on, but in the end only just over long on. It was a despairing attempt by David Warner.
He might even have got his hands to it.
I think he did.
Oh, I say, champ, give me any lip.
Have a look. It was neatly met, and indeed, if David Warner had been a couple of inches taller, I think he'd have got that. To be fair, it was a very game effort, and it ended up breaking up that little enclave of Mumbai Indian batsmen behind him. This one, though, is steered by Hardik, and despite the best efforts of the fielder, I'm pretty sure that will net him 4 more.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Yeah, that was nice cover drive. Didn't quite completely get his feet to the pitch of the ball, but it did more than enough. And it's a bit of a clumsy piece of fielding, to be honest, in the end. This one is more of a hike, but it's a hike straight down to long on. They will just get a single. 147 for 3, so 3 off that 150. I can tell you that Surrey and Gloucestershire, the semi-final, there's going to be an inspection at 2 o'clock. Although Edgbaston must be damn near underwater at the moment, but there is nonetheless an inspection.
The weather here outside here is awful.
On Mars?
Apparently Epping, I was told.
Well, there may be more similarities than you think. And that one is lofted and taken. What a remarkable catch. Kishan has gone. That was Manish Pandey, and diving to 2, 3, 4 steps, flung himself. Now they look spectacular if you catch them in mid-air, but to catch them just off the ground like that somehow is an even greater skill, even though it may not look quite as spectacular. And he took it
beautiful,
solidly and magnificently, and
he was in the air, diving full length.
As the seer of Singapore, purring with admiration, was an absolutely superb catch.
I mean, he was diving full length, right? He was driving full length, both hands, picked up the catch from 6 inches off the ground.
Again, somehow, I think it's the same with goalkeeping, bizarrely. The very high dives, in mid-air dives, always get the cameras and the scene to be somehow more visually spectacular.
Yeah.
But the lower you take them, I reckon the tougher they are. So I'm with you, Anito.
This is almost like taking a penalty hit to your extreme right?
Anyway, so now we have the belligerent, bludgeoning duo of both Hardik and Kyron Pollard together. Kyron will have a jingle.
Hey, how did you win? Sorry you can't get through. I'm busy watching Kai.
And we'll do a change of commentary as well. That's my stint, just as the fun is about to start. Catch you all later.
Yeah, indeed, Pollard and Hardik, brilliant the other night. What a catch that was from Manish Pandey. Absolutely magnificent work from Manish Pandey, who is a very good fielder despite his dropped catch earlier. That was it really, really hard, and he made up so much ground to his right to run round from long on to take the catch and dismiss Ishan Kishan. But Mumbai 174 for 4 after 15 overs, with Hardik starting to get going at the crease. Dropped on 2, tough chance shell by David Warner for 6, and Kyron Pollard at the wicket. Al, you could have some fun to commentate on.
This may well be the hopefully a fun 5 overs. Rashid Khan in to Hardik Pandya, just outside off stump, played to point. There is no run. 147 for 4, with just the 29 balls of the innings left to go. That seemed to be bowled from slightly further back than by Rashid Khan, almost trying to surprise. Played just straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. An absolute worldie of a catch. Absolute worldie of a catch. Rashid Khan in again. That's more on leg stump, and that's going to be steered just towards square leg. There'll be a single taken. Mr. Bairstow from running from behind the stumps does the fielding honours there, and so we get to see really something I've been waiting to see all day. Really, the idea of Rashid Khan versus Kieran Pollard.
Yeah, I do wonder if they'll just play out Rashid Khan. This is his last over.
Yeah, and then let the party begin afterwards.
I mean, yeah, if Pollard, he gets one in the slot, he might go for it back over the bowler's head. But there's seam bowling to hit from Sandeep and Natarajan and Siddharth Kaul.
And that's just a ball middle and leg maybe, and Pollard just plays that to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Just 2 balls left of this last over by Rashid Khan. Khan quickly back to his mark, and he'll come in again, and that's again on leg stump, and that's been called a wide. Pollard obviously not making any contact.
Wide.
Just the 4th extra of the innings so far. Rashid comes in, and that's a solid forward defensive shot from Kieran Pollard, which if you had £1 for every time you said that as a commentator, maybe you'd have £1, maybe 2 to your name. And here comes the last ball. We're 1 for 22 so far, Rashid's figures, and that's just a push and athletic forward roll of a field by Rashid Khan. He's done for this particular innings. 1 for 22 off 4 overs. Brilliant as always. Nestle, what have we got on the tweets?
Well, on Hot Mic, we're joined by Brian Cusack. Says morning from soggy and cold Northampton. Irish Outsider is with us as well, saying soggy as well here in the Royal Borough. That could be Kingston, that could be Tunbridge Wells. Muttley says Crawler is an amazing film, proper film that flopped, that had cult status, and Liam Neeson's first film. Siddharth's favourite movie is Call Me By Your Name. Favourite show, Better Call Saul. Jay says in the sofa days, Bears went mental over his designated commentator's jingle. I think it was food, glorious food. He would not rest until it was purged. And Muttley also says, my backdrop says the question of is there life on Mars, although it remains dubious.
So, over number 17, Natarajan, who's going to bowl, and it's short of a length, and it's been, well, hoiked over deep mid-wicket, 6 runs, and I think the fireworks are just about to get started.
And we'll need a new ball. Yeah, length hittable, and boy was that hit. 91 metres over the roof and onto the road.
Surprising anyone on the freeway. Can you explain how the accident occurred? I'm going to need more than that box on the form as Natarajan comes in, and that is short arm jabbed really more than anything else down to longer off, and just a single able to be taken. Mumbai onto 156 for 4.
How did the accident happen, sir? See attached YouTube link.
Yeah, I was proceeding in a westerly direction, and all of a sudden,
a ball appearing in a southerly direction.
yeah, in a direction other than my own. Yeah, what can you do? What can you do? So, Natarajan, your job, should you wish to accept it, bowling to Kieran Pollard. Comes in, and that is a full toss outside of stump, which is just really a soft push towards extra cover / mid off, and jog through for a single. Yeah, it's difficult to know where to bowl. The margins seem pretty small there, to be fair.
Yeah, both of these two are superb at hitting very full deliveries, attempted Yorkers, and particularly Hardik Pandya, who goes so deep in his crease to hit Yorkers. Your margins of error are tiny.
And that is a full-length Yorker delivery outside of stump, and it is fielded, but cover unable to prevent the single. Hardick, but sharply taken single there, moves to 22 off 12 balls. And David Warner there just trying to give as much guidance as he can from long off / deep extra cover.
Great bowling by Natarajan, going for the Yorker and the wide Yorker as well. You can be made to look very silly if you get that wrong, but it's probably the percentage delivery. We have seen more Yorkers bowled at the death in the last week or so of the IPL than we did in the first week.
And that is outside off stump, but turned into the leg side by Pollard. Again, deep mid wicket will do the fielding, and a simple single taken. So let me see, 10 taken off the over so far, with just one ball left to go. Probably the difference between what we might describe as a par over or a better over for Mumbai, resting on this last delivery. Oh, and there'll be, we'll give that another go. I think the bowler there having second thoughts about something.
Yeah, I think you would kind of take 10 and over from here, or even 11 and over if you were the Sunrisers from this point out, given that we've regularly seen 15 and 16 and over being hit in the last 5 overs at Sharjah, and particularly with these two at the crease.
Absolutely. So let's see what happens with the second attempt at this over, and that is, I think that's probably going to be a wide. Or it's a very full Yorker length delivery. It's just got away with that. Well bowled there by Natarajan, just inside the parameters set by the field. So nothing taken off that last ball.
Very good comeback after the after being hit for 6 first ball.
We got anything on social media?
Well, Mick Upfield just says brilliant. I think he's talking about that catch, but he might be talking about us. Nitin Bajaj says IPL clip on YouTube, so apart from paying for accident damage, you also have to pay the BCCI for copyright infringement. That's very true. And Farong like that catch as well. Never better when you consider he's travelling at full throttle as well. 9.5 out of 10 he gives it.
That was a wonderful catch. We've seen some very good near catches this season. We've seen a lot of boundary saves. The Nicholas Pooran one where he's diving feet and yards beyond the rope and pulls it back. We've seen a lot of that this season. The fielding took a little while to warm up, I think, as people came out of various bubbles and lockdowns, but T20 cricket has certainly accelerated the standards of ground fielding around the world, and we've seen some spectacular stuff.
For all the criticism that the IPL gets, and there are those who don't like it, I think there's been some spectacular cricket played this time.
Sandeep Sharma in for his 4th and final over, and that is a full toss on leg stump, and Pollard deposits it 8 rows back into the mid-wicket stands, and that is 6 runs.
Oh, I say, champ, give me any lip.
Too easy.
Yeah, absolutely too easy. If you're gonna come around the wicket rather than over the wicket, the whole idea is to create the angle. The whole, you're not really you haven't got the pace to cramp him for room. So, if you're just gonna, another 5 like that, and they'll all go in the same place. That is a fuller length ball outside off stump when Pollard mistimes that down to long on, and he will not even jog, walk through for a single, as if to go, shades of disappointment as he walks through, as if feeling like he's missed out an opportunity. Sharma's figures at the moment 2 for 33 off 3 overs and 2 balls. As we see Hardik Pandya ready to face, and again that's all full toss on leg stump, and again that's been whipped away, but only whipped away as far as deep square leg, and a single will be taken in a shake of the head by Pandya. He knows that really should have gone to the boundary, over the boundary. Runs left on the table with that delivery. Sharma really got away with one there, I think.
I can see what Sandeep Sharma's trying to do. He's trying to bowl full. He's trying to bowl Yorkers. He's missed his length full on all 3 occasions, which is, fine. At least it is a plan, but you do think that the batters are kind of expecting it now.
True. And that is, again, a leg side full toss to Pollard, and despite the best efforts of the deep square leg fielder, that's a second maximum of the over for Kieran Pollard. You cannot bowl there to a man of his talent.
I believe in miracles. Since you came to bat, you 60 thing, you. I believe in miracles. Since you came out to bat, you 60 thing.
We've seen two that I would genuinely chance as dropped for 6. I'm not on that occasion because Rashid Khan, a lot of other fielders wouldn't have got close to that. Rashid Khan had to make up quite a bit of ground to his right, and it was hit very hard by Kieran Pollard, and he just couldn't get enough of a hand on it to either catch it or more likely to bat it back into play.
He's done well to turn it into kind of a half/3/4 of a chance, but it's really being unfair to turn around and make it more than that. And he's come back. Sharma's come over the wicket this time, and the attempted bouncer pulled away by Pollard, but again down to Rashid Khan. A single taken, but there's 15 that's come off this over so far, as the graphic shows us that we moved from 90 sixes at the beginning of this game now to 101 sixes at Sharjah, 3 of which have come in the last 2 overs. So just 1 ball left of Sharma's 4 over allotment, and he's again around the wicket, and he's wrapped Hardik Pandya on the pad, and the umpire said not out.
It's pitched outside the leg.
Showing the DRS timer. It's interesting about whether that would have been pitching outside. Oh, they've gone for a review.
Bit of a waste, I think. Good delivery though, dot ball.
A dot ball at this stage, no matter how it comes, is always going to be a good thing.
That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
He took the pace off that a little bit, Sandeep Sharma. He rolled his fingers over it. I'm pretty sure this pitched some distance outside leg stump. It would have taken out middle stump for sure. It was a sort of split finger slower ball, and it has pitched out. I think it's pitched outside leg.
I think it's still pitching outside leg.
Yeah, it's pitched outside leg fairly clearly. It hit Hardik on the front toe. A good delivery from Sandeep Sharma.
It goes some way to show how footwear's improved over the last 10-15 years. There would have been all manner of hobbling from batsmen in the eras gone past, that hitting him right on the toe. Hawkeye showing pitching outside leg stump, as we kind of absolutely would have smashed middle stump out of the ground, but just pitching outside leg because of the line that Sharma bowled most of that last over with. And with that, his 4 overs conclude.
Yeah, Sandeep Sharma, 4 overs, 2 for 41, so an interesting day.
An interesting day indeed. Ups and downs. I think it's going to be Natarajan who's going to bowl the 19th over.
Yeah, so we've got Natarajan, and then Siddharth Kaul's been hit to all parts. He's gone for 43 off his 3 overs already. It'll be bowled to go to Abdul Samad or Ken Williamson at this point, or indeed Abhishek Sharma, who's not bowled. Natarajan's been good though, 3 overs, none for 16.
Which means there's runs out there to be had. Natarajan's last over went for 10.
Yeah, but
good figures though. 0 for 16 off 3 overs. We'll see what can happen here. Mumbai Indians 174 for 4 with 2 overs left to go. That is a full toss wide outside off stump, and Kieran Pollard has hit that very hard for 6 runs.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs moving side to side. Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air.
He has only just missed his mark, and to be honest, that's if it had been within the fielding arc of long off, it could have been well worth their while not trying to field it. It went like a rocket.
Yeah, just high enough as well. You see Pollard's footwork. You see how he's gone deep in the crease to turn what could have been a Yorker into a lowish full toss. You do have the mid-off and mid-on, as often as is the case, back on the boundary. The long off, the long one are set very straight because Pollard does hit very much down the ground rather than over long off or through long on. You see they're quite close together, and even the mid-wicket is quite a long way round. But if Kieran Pollard hits it that well, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it was just on in a flash. Let's see how the response is from Natarajan, and that is a better length, hits his mark that time, and Pollard can only really take that Yorker length delivery outside off stump and jab it straight down, but only as far as Warner has long gone, and a single gratefully taken. But yeah, it shows the fine margins. Really, only probably no more than a couple of inches in the delivery spot for the first and the second ball, and there's the difference between a well-earned single and a maximum. They're charging into Pandya, and again a good Yorker length delivery, but Pandya's gone way back in his crease and carved that over backward point, and Pandya will take 4 runs and moving Mumbai to 185 for 4.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
That's a magnificent shot from Hardik Pandya. It's so nearly a Yorker. It's just maybe a little bit short of the Yorker line, and his wrists to carve that ball, to scythe that ball, to open the face, to make sure you get under it, to make sure you get it over point with enough power. Brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant stuff. A golf professional would be happy to get out of a bunker with wrists like that, and he's gone again. He's driven square, but he's only managed to find a deep cover fielder there, and they'll take another single. But 12 off 4 balls, and the Trajan knows that he cannot miss. Absolutely cannot miss. He's bowled the most Yorkers from the Sunrisers' perspective. Well, most Yorkers right the way throughout the IPL. 20 Yorker length deliveries. Next best only 7.
Yeah,
so that's the tactic.
Yeah, he bowled an entire over of Yorkers at the death in a couple of games ago, and landed nearly all of them.
Well, he hasn't landed this one, and it's been driven straight down the ground, almost to us. If a fielder was there for a straight hit, that's where Warner's ended up fielding the ball. But again, all the way along the ground, able to restrict to a single. And again, we're in this sort of position now where 13 off 5 balls, it's kind of par for the over. Is it going to be a Hyderabad over? Is it going to be a Mumbai over? All really resting on this final ball of this penultimate over. Natarajan figures for 0 for 29 with 1 ball left of his 4 over spell. Pandya goes across his stumps, but can only mistime this drive back to Natarajan. He's done for the day. 0 for 29 off 4 overs. A great final ball. Takes high 5 from the rest of the fielders. It's going to be interesting about whether they get to 200 here off the final over.
Yeah, indeed. 15 off the 18th over, or is that 15 off the 19th? And it's not a disaster. And the 17th only went for 10, 187 for 4. It's going to be seam. So David Warner staying with his one of his main bowlers.
Right. Siddhartha Kaur.
Can the headband work? What do you reckon, Nestlers? Above or below 200?
I'm going below. Just.
Below. So you're taking, I would, over under 199.5 runs. You're going to take the under, right?
I'm going to take the under.
I'm taking the over. Siddharth Kaur's been low on confidence all day, and these two are anything but.
So the last 5 overs have given us 53 runs and an amazing catch to bring Pollard to the crease. Call coming around the wicket, and that is chipped in the vague direction of a deep mid-wicket by Kieran Pollard, and they will walk through for a single. Pollard 25 off 13 balls, and Hardik Pandya 28 off 18 deliveries. They do make batting at the end of these sprint innings look incredibly easier than it is. Call has been expensive, 1 for 44 off his 3 overs and a ball, but he's been entrusted with the death over, and he comes in again from around the wicket and has bowled Hardik Pandya. A Yorker length delivery that Pandya, I'm not sure where he was trying to really play it, but he's played all around it and he's gone.
Yeah, credit to Siddharth Kaur. The plan has been very clear from from the Sunrisers that they're going to try for Yorkers. Siddharth Kaul nailed that one almost on the crease line. Hardik trying to set himself to go over long on with Siddharth Kaul coming round the wicket. You see how much he's opened his stance out, but the Yorker was nailed perfectly off the front pad, back onto the stumps. Good innings though from Hardik Pandya, 28 off 19, not quite as at his belligerent best, but something. But I think the Sunrisers will be happy enough with how they've contained these two, relatively speaking. Certainly Hardik.
I think so. Do you think that as we get as one Pandya departs, another one arrives? Let's see who the next batsman.
If Krunal Pandya directed a Star Wars movie, would it be any good?
What?
I don't know.
I don't listen to the jingles. I just wait for them to finish.
Hard to hear them on Zoom for us.
And so it's Krunal Pandya who will take the third ball of this final over. Difficult to do, and well, I was going to say difficult to be able to get away. He's hit that high, but and it's gone. Thanks to poor camera work, it's gone for 6. I thought he'd gone straight up in the air, to be perfectly honest with you, but he has caught all of it, and that's gone over long off 6 runs.
2, 4, 6.
So much for getting the ball to get your eye in, I guess.
Yeah, again, yeah, Kaul going for the Yorker. If you miss your Yorker short in terms of it being a half volley, it's very hittable, and I think Krunal hit that over the roof.
They got a new ball quickly enough, and it is again a Yorker length delivery, and he's gone straight down the ground again, showing that you really don't need too much time to get sorted out in this game, and he's gone straight down the ground for 4 runs.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Absolutely, this is it's almost wizardry to previous generations, the idea that you would be able to come in at such a late point in innings and just go, yeah, 6-4, not a problem. You know, it's like, it's interesting, you know, do they get the chance to practice back there?
Well, I mean, there's no bullpen, but they do practice hitting boundaries and hitting sixes a lot.
And that is a wide ball outside off stump, and that's been carved through the covers. Pandya has taken Mumbai in 3 balls, 6-4-4 over that 200 mark.
Why stop
Yeah, beautiful bit of late acceleration from Krunal Pandya. You know, I don't mind missing your Yorker. At least it's a plan, but perhaps a little bit too predictable. Krunal's actually annoyed with himself. He didn't hit it for 6, as it turns out. But maybe you do need to mix it up a little bit, so the Yorker becomes a little bit less effective if you know it's coming.
No, the element of surprise doesn't really seem to be there. Last ball of the innings, and that is a missed Yorker again, and Krunal Pandya has gone high and hard, and that might be on the roof again. It's another 6. Just your 21 runs off the final over, and Mumbai Indians have accelerated as we thought they might. 208 for 5 is strangely though a subpar score for Sharjah.
Yeah, it is indeed. Certainly by the standards of this tournament, we've seen scores well in excess of 220. It does break the trend of every first innings score going up. Maybe the pitch is a little bit slower, but I don't think too much. But Mumbai will be happy enough, I think.
Yeah, I think it doesn't really seem like they wasted an awful lot of opportunity. There was some really great bowling in there. I mean, if you eliminate, considering that the 4 overs of Rashid Khan really went for less than a run a ball, 1 for 22, I think his final figures were, then they've really carted around the other 16 overs.
Yeah, indeed. Rashid Khan and Natarajan, superb. Natarajan 4 overs, none for 29. Rashid Khan 4 overs, 1 for 22, magnificent. But then Sandeep Sharma went at over 10 and over. Siddharth Kaul got 2 wickets but went at 16 and over. Abdul Samad's 2 overs went for 13 and a half and over. And then Kane Williamson's 2 overs went for 24. Quinton de Kock, the highest scorer of the innings, was 67 off 39. Not a lot for Rohit Sharma, but everyone else got starts. Surya Kumar Yadav, 27 off 18. Ishan Kishan never quite took a little time to get going, 31 off 23. Hardik Pandya was never quite managed to hit top gear, but still 28 off 19. Karan Pollard oddly started to strike, 25 not out of 13 though, with 3 sixes and no 4s. And then Krunal Pandya, that late burst of 20 off 4. Sandeep Sharma and Siddharth Kaul picked up 4 wickets between them, but Natarajan was definitely the pick of the seamers.
Pick of the seamers, absolutely. Nestle, I didn't really give you a chance to get your the social media reaction in between the 19th and the 20th over, so
That's right.
Do you want to tell us what they've been saying over the last few minutes?
Well, Merchant Engineer says, thank you for saving us from the worst commentary team put together by man or God. Farong says, with all those acrobatic attempts on the boundary, I hope no one does a serious injury, i.e. shoulder dislocation, head concussion on fence. Can't question the commitment though.
No.
Jay's confused by one of the jingles. Ravi Nair says, this Bombay innings never really caught fire. And Leia has a suggestion for Hardik and Krunal. They should form a comedy black metal duo complete with corpse paint and call it the Brothers Panda. And Jersey Oak is having problems with his internet radio that he's had for 10 years. It's stopped playing us. We'll throw it out the window.
Yeah, I think we are probably on internet radio stations that we don't even know exist. Because once you've got a URL, you can share it. You can share it around. We keep getting people saying, "Well, I'm listening on this so and so app that's found our URL." But yeah, GorillaCricket.com, Facebook.com/Cricket Tracker India, YouTube, Hot Mic. Those are the best ways, I would say. But however you're listening to us, it is all good. We obviously are on TuneIn and various big company spy device apps and so forth. So 208 for 5. The Sunrisers have, Bairstow. They're very top heavy. I mean, Bairstow and Warner and Williamson all in the top 4. Williamson's been excellent in the few games he's played, and Manish Pandey in there. But is this enough? Is this enough for Mumbai? It's a curious one to call, really. I'm not quite sure whether to call this. Mumbai, you can't be too unhappy with 200 plus, but Sunrisers will also think that at least they're not chasing 230.
Yeah, there's room for optimism on both sides. The fact that it's not a day-night game makes chasing, we would hope, a little bit easier. The total is imposing, but not overly imposing. You've got experience high up the order in order to know that if you make a good start, then it's an easily chaseable target. 50-50.
Nastas?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's just crept over the 200. It's not as you mentioned that 230 number, 220, 230, where you kind of think, but gettable.
Yeah, we've seen scores of 220. I think every game has had both innings over 200, and we saw the other night Owen Morgan very nearly yesterday. In fact, there's the game that was played on this strip last night where Morgan against the KKR against the Delhi Capitals. Owen Morgan very nearly pulled off a miracle. He hit 47 off 18 balls and got KKR into a position where they were in with a shout up until a really good last over. That Marcus Stoinis bowled, but no target is safe, no game is dead. You talked about it not being a day-night game. I think that actually makes defending a total easier because the ball's not wet. Although, having said that, Mumbai Indians don't rely on spin as much as some other teams. You're chasing 209 and you have to face 4 overs from Bumrah. It will be interesting to see how the Sunrisers will go, given that they are quite top-heavy and given that the spinners are the theoretical weaker link in the Mumbai Indians team. But we'll have all of this for for you in 10 minutes or so, or 15 minutes or so, because we're going to get off for the innings break, and we're going to give you, if I just bear with me 1 second, we are going to give you a little bit of interview stuff. Tony Bishop talking to author Steve Neal about his book on the life and times of Albert Trott, the man who hit the ball over the Lord's Pavilion. We'll be back in 10 minutes or so.
Okay, bye.
Recording with Steve Neal, author of Over and Out, the story of Albert Trott, the man who cleared the Lord's Pavilion. Starting in 1, 2, 3. Hello, welcome again to Gorilla Share. In February this year, just before the world lockdown, I was at the MCG Museum in Melbourne. Lovely old chap showed me around, and he knew absolutely everything you could possibly know about Australian cricket and, of course, the MCG. So we got chatting about Lords and comparisons between the two places. So I asked him, did you know that the only player ever to hit a ball over the Lord's Pavilion was actually from Victoria? He didn't, and he knew nothing about Albert Trott. Well, I recommended he read a book called Over and Out by my guest today, Steve Neal. It was Cricket Writers Club Book of the Year in 2017, and is the remarkable story of a neglected cricket hero. Albert Trott was good enough to play for Australia and England, but at the height of his power, no test team would pick him. He took 8 for 43 on his debut. When he played his last test for them, he had an average of 102.5, and he's perhaps most famous, of course, for his exploits on the 31st of July 1899, when he powered Monty Noble's delivery up and over that Lord's Pavilion. It's a wonderful book on Albert's life, but with a sad and tragic end. Steve, a very, very warm welcome.
Oh, thanks, Tony. Yeah, good to be here.
Yeah, well, delighted to have you with us, and obviously we're going to talk about the subject of today, Albert Trott, played for Australia and for England, and all of those amazing stats, an incredible story behind him. Let's start, though, if we may, just tell us a little bit about yourself, your background in cricket, and how did you discover Albert?
Well, yeah, I'm glad you asked me that. I was originally from Birmingham, so kind of Warwickshire is where my heart is. I'm not a Middlesex man. I have lived in London, kind of visited Lords. I'm now based in Somerset. I'm about a gimlet hit away from the Froome ground, the showground, where the fastest first-class century of the season was made in 1934. So I go across to Taunton, I watch Somerset play. I go up to Bristol for one-dayers and off to Lords and other test grounds. Yeah.
Well, you clearly have developed an affinity and an understanding of our subject today. Just tell us, give us a little potted summary, and then we'll sort of unpick what is a wonderful, unlikely story about a somewhat charismatic hero that seemed to drop out of everyone's consciousness and cease to be a hero.
Yeah, it's quite interesting what you were saying in the intro about the business of about what not being known at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, unknown. Now in 2010, I was with my youngest son, and he was just off to university, and he said, could we go around, do a tour of the Lord's Ground? So, I joined in and kind of went along with it and really enjoyed it, actually. And then there was the kind of moment where you're sitting in the stand and the tour guide kind of says, well, does anyone know who cleared the Lord Pavilion? And of course, there's, the Indians there say Tendulkar, the Australians say, Bradman, and some, must be W.G. Grace.
I'm sure it'd be Bradman style, but...
yeah. And you go at that point, you don't want to look like, the man who knows everything. So it's Albert Trott. I said the other interesting thing about Albert Trott was he had an average of 102.5 in the Ashes. And at this point, there's a South African there, and he kind of turns to me and said, excuse me, sir, are you the author of A Life of Albert Trott? And I said, no, I'm not actually. I'm just kind of interested in him. I've read David Frith's book and things.
Yeah.
Then the idea came to me, perhaps I could be that person who writes the history of Albert Trott. So eventually I did, get the book out. But it started in the pavilion, the book did. And yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was good.
Well, it's interesting there. You mentioned the David Frith book, which I think is called A Silence of the Heart.
Yeah.
That has a chapter on Albert. I mean, it's. I haven't, I must confess, read it, but like your homework being on the bus, I genuinely can tell you that it's on its way from Amazon because reading Albert again, your book on Albert made me think about it. I know you said that it was reading that book and the chapter about Albert that that kind of drew you to his story. Just tell us a little bit more about what it was in there that made you think, this is going to be something that I want to personally write a book about.
I think it was, in one way, he made that kind of fantastic entrance into Test cricket. That he cleared the pavilion, he came to play for Middlesex and MCC, and then he shot himself, kind of 1914, committed suicide in his lodgings. So it was kind of a very sad story. And what I was interested in was how someone kind of starts out so promising and then it kind of goes wrong bit by bit. And that was what I was interested in. That's why I wanted to find out about. I mean, people say sometimes that the kind of book you should write is the book you want to read. And I wanted to read that story in full. So I ended up trying to find out about it.
You have a wonderful phrase, or it might actually have been Patsy Hendren's that you'd appropriated. It was something about playing cricket or earning his living as a professional cricketer, but playing like a gilded amateur.
I think it's my own, not Patsy, on this occasion.
Well, it's a beautiful line.
Yeah.
So Patsy can't have it. It's definitely yours then.
No, I think that's kind of one of the oddities, really. I mean, Trott was a professional cricketer. He barely did anything else. I think he had a 2-week stint delivering letters in Melbourne as a postman, and that was it. The rest of his life, total professional cricketer. But the way in which he played his game was in a kind of freedom and abandon of, the kind of professional of the golden age in some ways. He didn't kind of, look at his average, look at his figures, think about renewals of contract. He just kind of played for that moment more than anything else. I mean, it's incredible, really. I mean, you look at the amount of games he played for Middlesex and Somerset. And if he ever had a day off, he went off to play club cricket some day, just because he...
And indeed, we are back. Thank you to, me. But talking to the wonderful Steve Neal about the incredible story of Albert Trott. But to come right up to date, we are going to be focusing on Messrs. Bairstow and Warner, and I'm sure Knuckle will jingle them up for you.
He's quite good with a bat.
He's got a stick in the start.
He's short and he's fat.
He's got a stick in the start.
He's a bit of a twat.
He's got a stick in the start.
David Warner's got a stick in the start.
Johnny Best is smarter than the average Besto. Johnny Best has been this good since daycare, so all put on your wigs and let the crimson hand blow. I want the Pope to give him his own large prayer. Oh, he can hit the sixes, although it's so dark. He'd even run a 10 at Bradford Park Avenue. No other Yorkshireman can compare. I tell you, Johnny Best is smarter than the average Besto.
Smarter than the average Bairstow, indeed. Strike rate 145.7 in the IPL for Johnny B. And for David Warner, 115 runs, I think, so far in his 5 matches. It looks as though we're going to see the man who's... but what's the word if you're talking about, blowing the clarinet? Embouchon, something like that? He has a mouth suitable for that anyway, and here it is, described.
How does he speak, or play the horn, or clean his teeth, or even yawn? How does he shout, how does he call? Trent Bolt's mouth is really small.
His mouth may be small, but his heart is big, especially when he's bowling. And I'm joined by, all the way, of course, from Singapore, expert on Indian spin bowling and so many other things besides, Anindo Dutta. Have you lunched well, Anindo? I know you'd gone off to make yourself some lunch, or dinner probably for you, isn't it?
Dinner.
Dinner, yes.
Yep. I was also watching watching Rafael Nadal play Sebastian Korda, who's if you from someone of our generation, you might remember Petro Korda. Won the Aussie Open. He was a runner-up at the French Open.
He's got quite the set of sporting children, hasn't he? Jessica Korda is an LPGA player.
Exactly. That's quite a sporting genes running in the family.
And the other voice, the Wizard of the Wirral himself, of course. We'll introduce him in a minute. This one is immediately Trent Boult into his work, and it's steered all the way along the ground to mid-off for a single. So the Sunrisers are off and running. Remember their target 209 to win after being set after 208 for 5 posted by the Indians. Not bad in the end. 45 off 17 by Messrs Pollard and Pandya. Hauled them up to a 200 plus total win for a while. Al, it looked like it might not happen.
Well, it was there and it wasn't, and it was in and it was out, and then just this rapid acceleration. Possibly the worst mistake they made in the final over was to take the wicket to bring the second Pandya to the crease.
Krunal Pandya, wasn't it?
20 off 4 ball.
Yeah, I was watching that, and it was a bludgeon fest. Trent Boult in again, left arm over, steered away, but straight to mid wicket by Johnny Bairstow. Rohit Sharma, the skipper, does the fielding with the fairly agile dive to his right. Would it be fair to call him a chunky fellow?
Yeah, but he's deceptively agile for his size.
Under tall for his weight.
Under tall for his weight. That's one I will use. Johnny Bairstow. He is wearing
his friend.
Thank goodness. That one uppishly, gloriously lofted over deep extra cover. No point in chasing that. It's gone for one of these.
You came out of your hand and into my zone. Now it's up in the stands. It's a 6. It's beautiful and it's mine.
Well, I'm sorry, Trent, l'homme avec la petite bouche. You do not bowl there to Johnny Bairstow, because that is what he will do to you. 7 without loss then. Bolton again, much better ball, slid across Bairstow. Slower, I fancy, in Indo, that one.
Yeah, slower one, yeah.
Yeah, and did it very nicely. Did great comeback by Trent. Did very well. If Sunrisers pull this off, it'll be the first time Mumbai have ever lost after scoring 200 in history since 2008, I presume. So there is your stat du jour.
Is this the first match that Mumbai are playing in Sharjah, though?
This ever? Well, they may have played 2000. When did they last play? 2014, wasn't it? They were games
in
played
the season.
here.
I mean, in the season. So.
In this season, I'll let you know. Dive to his left was just bunted into the ground, really, but Boult couldn't get back from his follow through, and it will net another single. Yes, I think it is. The Delhi Capitals, Kolkata Knight Riders, Kings 11 Punjab, Rajasthan Royals twice, and the Chennai Super Kings have played here, but you're right, not yet the Mumbai Indians. David Warner.
This is quite an opening pair if they get going.
The concern for the Sunrisers has more been what comes after, I think.
True.
As this one is met nicely by Warner, fielded off his own bowling by Trent Boult. So if you take that 6 out, it was a terrific over, but it still wasn't bad, I suppose. Went for 8. He'll be probably happy enough with that. Al, are you on social media duties?
I am on social media.
Tell us what that means.
Jay Grover says I've just done a wee bit of pruning, 3 new chilies. Irrelevant, but I just wanted to share. I think the word you were looking for was, according to Jay Grover, is embouchure. Tony?
Embouchure, it is. That was exactly what it is. Yes, it's the pucker of your lips for the suitability to play trumpet or a wind instrument of that ilk.
Did have a question while there seems to be a bit of running repairs to a glove or a bat. Because I haven't seen you since they've announced the new contracts, and of course Bairstow still retains his white ball contract, but has lost his test contract. Kind of really does really hammer the point home if you're going to read between the fairly wide lines that Bairstow is no longer going to be a consideration for test team / wicketkeeper. Do you think it's going to make any difference, or I mean, it does really seem like it's a sliding doors moment with the doors sliding closed?
Well, Ashley Giles will always be the consummate politician when answering that question. So the doors never closed, and I think with Johnny Bairstow's depth of experience and history, that is more true in his case than perhaps in others. But they're nurturing Butler. They bought on to I'll hold that thought just for a moment as Bairstow stands bat aloft, ready to face the new bowler James Pattinson. It's straight down the track. You have Ben Foakes waiting in the wings, who almost everyone in the entire world would agree is probably a more capable glovesman, as it were.
Yeah.
And when you combine those two factors, you can see why. Plus, I think early overs against a swinging or moving red ball has proven to be Johnny's undoing a few times. He'll have to work hard to get back, I think, is my answer. But not impossible. This one is flicked around the corner past deep square leg. Lively bit of fielding. There was a parry and then a recovery, so it should have netted them that rarest of commodities, a 2. No, just a single, was it?
Just a single.
No, it was 2. No, they did take 2.
Oh, did they take 2?
They did take 2.
Warner is... I can't think of anyone that's faster on that first run.
No, he was... Warner. Once again, he could feel the breath from Johnny B's nostrils by the time Bairstow had set off, I think. So that was pretty impressive running by David Warner. Patterson's going to be in again. Right arm over, down the track comes Bairstow. Absolutely bludgeons him away through deep mid-wicket for 4 runs.
Found the gap perfectly.
That went like a tracer bullet.
It's his ability to shorten the... I mean, with some players you see this wide, graceful, sweeping arc, but his ability to kind of to shorten up the stroke to play...
It's great footwork as well. He's 2-3 steps down the track.
It's almost like a restricted. It's almost like a restricted double-handed tennis backhand.
Yeah.
Pattinson's in again. 4th ball of his over. Flicked away around the corner. I might need to have another look at that. Was it leg buys? I thought he got some bat on it.
Yeah.
Rohit Sharma looks distinctly grumpy. And Jason was 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, but it's not.
Bairstow's gone to 17.
Yeah, it's off the bat.
Yeah, it was off the bat. So they're so deceptive, those. I'd say just only the toe of the bat. But poor old Quentin de Kock flung himself to his left. He couldn't get there. There was no fine leg. And Rohit Sharma, who was, I think, stood at mid-wicket, looked a little bit miffed with his bowler, to say the least. That one is again flicked around the corner. This time, though, it will be fielded, and it will just be a single. Not that far off a run-out either.
Yeah, well, Warner's very, very quick, as we said.
He is. But he's the junior partner in this partnership thus far. Just 1 off 2 for him. Johnny Bairstow, the primary aggressor to date. And already it looks as though David Warner's going to do
no one wants to see that. Come on.
Let's just say there's a gentleman's adjustment being affected at the non-striker's end.
Come on. No. Yeah.
Even James Patterson doesn't want to see that.
Yeah, I mean, who wants to peek behind the curtain in that way?
Oh dear, they can be a tad prudish up on the Wirral, and Al has clearly been slightly shocked by seeing more of David Warner than anyone would really realistically ever want to see.
I was thinking of having sausage for dinner, and
Patterson's in and hauled away by David Warner, but it was more effort than reward because he didn't really get hold of it, and it just dribbled to mid-wicket. So it'll just be another single for him. Actually, sorry, I beg your pardon. Oh no, it's the end of the over. Yes, it was. So it's the end of the Patterson over. None for 12 for him. 2 overs in, 10 and over. Pretty good start when you haven't lost a wicket and you have the likes of Johnny B and David Warner at the crease, 20 without loss. Al?
We are up to date as far as the social media platforms that I can see.
Which ones can't you see?
People just
Hot
Mic is the one that I can't see at the moment.
You can see our friends on Crit Tracker.
I can see that. The last comment that I can see, Tony, is one of yours.
Yeah,
explaining about
trying
Albert
to stimulate
Trump.
some interest. Warren's with us. Warren. Hello, Warren. Saying hello on Hot Mic. So, as ever, delighted to have Warren's company.
More 1-over spells.
Looks that way. We're going to see the man who demolished the Sunrisers bowling. Let's see what he can do with their ball in his hand.
Well, he's a tidy slow bowler.
It's true. Indeed he is. And this is a lot of effort again for not much reward from Warner. Didn't time it out to that ring of fielders on the off side. You picked your words carefully there, Nindo. He's a tidy, slow bowler. Were you saying earlier that, was it him you were saying doesn't really spin it much one way or the other?
No, I was talking about Washington Sundar, but I think that they're not so different. I think Sundar's a better bowler, though. But Pandya can be useful.
Well, we'll find out, because he's got a pretty severe test here of two batsmen early doors. That one was wide, and poor David Warner went chasing
Lucky to
after
get away
it.
with it.
I
It's
think
wide.
he may have got some bat on it.
It's a wide.
It is signalled wide. I thought he'd possibly knuckle.
Wide.
Nelson again. That's a better ball, but it's pulled by Warner. Not an elegant stroke by any manner of means. It's out to mid-wicket. It'll just be another single.
Interesting variation. The back of a length medium pace delivery from the spinner.
Well, he's certainly mixing it up a bit.
Slow bowler.
I have
you
a
see
feeling,
why I call him a slow bowler.
well, I have a feeling David Warner won't be particularly happy with the way he dealt with it. On a better day for him, and he's been a little bit. Mind you, he's had a few scratchy starts, hasn't he? I think I'm right in saying in this.
Well, there's only been
so far.
There's only been 150 partnership between Warner and Bairstow so far, which is a bit of a loss of returns considering what happened. They were really the pick of the opening batsman partnerships last year.
He was certainly far from his best against England in that series of ODIs and T20s. Forward comes Johnny B, drops the bat on that from Krunal, taking no risks.
Is
just the one off the bat this over.
Has Rohit taken a leaf off Owen Morgan's double-headedness?
Maybe he could be. Well, it doesn't seem to do Owen Morgan any harm. That one's a horrible ball, and it's helped around the corner down to fine leg. James Patterson has to jog around, and they'll take a comfortable 2. 24 for no wicket so far for the Sunrisers, chasing 209 to win. Sounds a lot, but the reality is all the evidence of this ground in its game so far in the IPL this year, very achievable. Around the wicket again, he comes. Bairstow just swivels, pivots, powers the ball over the mid-wicket boundary for one of these.
One talk over the line, sweet Jesus, one talk over the line.
253rd 6 of this IPL. Probably
I love
252 of them scored here at Sharjah.
I love watching the expression on the face of VVS Lakshman when these shots are hit. He's sitting there completely expressionless. These are clearly not the favourite shots in cricket.
Forward comes Bairstow. Again, he looked to get more of those, looking for the off drive, and really sort of bottomed it away to Kieran Pollard at mid-off, and it will be a dot ball. It's the end of that over. None for 8 for Krunal off his 1 thus far. 30 without loss of 3. 10 and over is very much the order of the day. Ow!
That will get you there or thereabouts. Jay Grover says, talking of the Wirral Gentleman's Adjustment, sounds like a half man, half biscuit song. Well, Jay, I think in your mind almost anything sounds like a half man, half biscuit
I like
song.
the thought there, the Wirral Gentleman's Adjustment. The Wirral Gentleman. I think
We
Warner
haven't
is what you meant. Did he say Wirral or Warner?
Wirral. We haven't, I mean, it's local bylaw here since really the days of the early 18th century.
But you're allowed to adjust or not adjust?
The world gentleman's adjustment, but not on a Sunday, surely.
Oh, well, maybe you have special rules for a Sunday. This one is pulled not successfully by David Warner.
He really is not in great nick, is he?
No, he's not timing the ball. Pattinson there was a slightly slower ball, perhaps 3 off 6 for Warner. You kind of get the impression he's going at it too hard, perhaps. Which happens when you're just slightly out of nick. You're reaching for things that aren't just coming as naturally as they used to. His quality. He'll get it back. Hold on, I thought Pattinson in again. And again, not timed by Warner. He sets off for a run and then gets sent sharply back. And Indo, you were about to say something.
I think Al was.
What I was going to say is, I think it shows how much, in terms of mechanics, is feel as well as repetition. The sense that he's just, we're talking fractions. And it probably same for bowlers, the same way it is for batsmen. The idea that, the constant repetition of practice, but feel on the day turns around and is the thing that kind of makes the difference between making the whole thing look easy and making it look incredibly complicated.
Yeah. Well, he's not having to face Jofra Archer or Stuart Broad at the moment, but he's still not finding things to his liking. That said, if we keep poking at him,
offside field.
Yeah, very packed offside field indeed. 2 left-handed Warner who. Again, a swing and a miss. Pattinson thinks he may have got a top edge. Shake of the head by our umpire with the name I won't attempt.
Ananta Padmanabhan.
Perfect, that's the chap.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just throw that one to you every time I need to.
Call him AP.
Oh, okay. Umpire AP. That will work.
Ooh, I can see why you said
cramped him for room, didn't it, Warner? I didn't see anything.
It's come off the hip.
Yeah, I think it came off his hip. Pattinson may be a little optimistic there. I don't think even Quentin de Kock was that excited. Pattinson in again. Steered this time, but steered straight to extra cover. It will be a single for Warner. He'll probably be glad to get himself off strike because it's Johnny Bairstow who's been the far more free scoring of this pair so far. 24 off 13 for him, 4 off 9 for Warner. So there's a little bit of mid-wicket conference between the two. Perhaps David Warner's going, Johnny, how do you do it?
Yeah, what are you doing?
What am I doing wrong? 31, the Sunrisers. 209, remember, the target set. Too early to panic on that run rate, especially as they were going at 10. This over by Pattinson's been rather more frugal, but that may change now. Johnny Bairstow's onto strike. We shall see. He's got 2 balls left of Pattinson to face. Rohit Sharma seems happy with the deployment of his field. Pattinson in, and Bairstow just waits for that and just lets it sort of glide off the bat down to backward point. It will just take a single.
Which Mumbai will not mind because it gets Warner back on strike.
Yes, I think that
you don't often say that though.
No. You're right. They might well be thinking they've got him ever so slightly in the pocket at the moment, and if they can keep him there, well, one, it stops the scoring rate there, but it also puts increasing pressure onto the batsman at the other end. So you're right, Anindo. It's very deliberate tactic, I suspect. Oh my word, though, David Warner, he's gone for this.
Somebody's got to catch this.
That is 3 fielders converge at deep mid-wicket. It drops between all of them. Warner did not get hold of it.
They've taken
high,
2, by the way.
Handsome, and it's plugged between 3 converging fielders. It's the end of the over. Warner survives just out.
So let's see what we've got here going on social media. Jay Grover, I'm sure I should be insulted by Al's comment, but I can't see why. Life is often like a half man, half biscuit song. Nods to Tony. Not so often, Dylan.
What was the last bit? I missed the last bit.
Not so often, Dylan.
Oh, well, yes. I'm an admirer of the half man, half biscuit. Anybody who manages to write a song about Fred Titmus is okay in my book.
Yeah, half man, half biscuit describes my diet during lockdown. Just.
What, you eat half men, and which half of the men do you eat? Just out of interest.
Jelly babies and biscuits.
Oh,
That's
right.
all it is. Jelly babies and biscuits.
I thought you turned into a cannibal.
No.
Who knows
not
what happens up there on the Wirral?
Yeah, I know the R rate is tough up here. Extra sanctions, but it's not got quite that far.
You're not quite got down to making feasts of other members of the family. 34 without loss. Good over that by Patterson in retrospect then. Just 4 when the other 3 had all gone for 10. That's a one-handed by Bairstow and taken at deep mid-wicket. It wasn't an ugly shot. Taken by Pandya out there on that deep mid-wicket boundary. Trent Bolt has a wicket and it's the big one. It's Johnny Bairstow. Now again, Anindo, that to me fell into the category of not the most spectacular, but often the hardest to take, diving forward.
Yeah, it did. I think the ball was a bit shorter than Bairstow anticipated, so he got the bottom of the bat. It was very well taken. It wasn't as spectacular as the other one, for sure. The goalkeeping catch.
It didn't. He took his hand off the bat, so he clearly knew he hadn't connected well with it. Probably jarred him somewhat.
I thought it spoke well to the point that you both made earlier on, that Warner being in such poor form was going to put more pressure on Bairstow, and maybe that's partially led to maybe forcing a ball into a scoring area where maybe it shouldn't have gone into, and paying the price.
Very true.
Well, it's going to bring to the crease this man.
Here comes Manish Pandy. Manish Pandy land.
Well, there you are.
I wish I had the mental fortitude to come up with some of these jingles. It's just like I couldn't have come up with that, not in a million years. I mean, sometimes I'm glad about that, but other times it's just you've got to marvel at the inventiveness.
Well, Trent Bolt
take a bit of liberty with the pronunciation of his last name, though.
Yeah, we'll ask you how what the correct pronunciation is in a minute by Manish Pandey. It was anyway, and he's steered his first ball from Trent Bolt straight to extra cover. There will be no run. 2,960 IPL runs for him. Strike rate of 120.8 and 17 50s or more. How do you say it, Aninde?
Manish Pandey.
Pandey.
Yeah.
Manish Pandey. Okay. Bolt around the wicket, and Manish Pandey pushes this all the way down the ground through long on for one of these. The emphasis, I'm told, from the green room being on the first syllable, Pandey. Well, he got straight into his work, convincingly enough.
He's a good batsman. I really enjoy watching him play.
Well, 17 scores of 50 plus in his IPL career. Certainly
looked like at one time
that
he was going to be a permanent fixture in the Indian team, but it's a difficult middle order to be in permanently.
Bolting again around the wicket, doesn't really get hold of this, does Pandey, and Trent Bolt is able to skip to mid wicket and field off his own bowling. We're just looking again at that dismissal of Johnny Bairstow, and as you absolutely said, he really didn't get hold of it at all. The hand came off the bat. Really not a lot to love about that shot, and I suspect Johnny will be sitting back there on the batting bench. You don't really have the pavilion, do you? They sit on the batting bench, and he will not be happy with that. This one again from Bolt is met beautifully by Pandey, and it's away for 4 more through mid wicket. Fine shot.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
One ball going to be left of this Bolt over. 1 ball left of my spell, I think. Gosh, they go quickly. Link, and you miss them. Glorious shot. Timed that. Just picked that up from probably 3/4 of the way off stump. Pulled it away into mid-wicket. This one, a good comeback though from Pandey. From Trent Bolt. Pandey plays forward. It's the end of the over. 5 completed. 42 for 1 for the Sunrisers. Warner 6. Manish Pandey, new to the crease, has already overtaken him, which is not surprising. And I will see you in a while.
Likewise.
Farong, just on the box topic and the 2 or 3 second delay of pain, the worst experience for me was from a spinner, not from a pace or seam bowler. Damn ball hit and gripped and turned. You don't forget days like that.
Days I remember all my life. And so on and so forth.
And not in a good way.
Apologies to all
and
involved.
Not in a good way.
David Warner has had a real struggle through since cricket returned after COVID hit. He struggled in England, and he's struggling in this season's IPL, scoring at well under 7 runs and over. Only had 1 innings even of vague fluency, and now he's got one of the best seam bowlers in the world to face up to.
And now they're Monty Bumrah. Oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
The first ball of that over is flicked away between 2 batsmen there, between a backward point, and Warner's managed to get that first ball from Bumrah to go for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, tidily played by Warner. Bumrah angling it across Warner a little bit. He's got men set for that shot, but it was nicely placed. Still going under a run a ball though, Warner.
Yeah. Second ball again, wider outside the off stump, and Warner slaps that through cover. And will that go for 4 runs? Yes, it will. A little bit of a releasing of pressure as Warner takes consecutive 4s off Bumrah's first 2 balls.
Bumrah's had a curious tournament. He's alternated. He's gone bad game, good game, bad game, good game. Sort of like a sort of microcosm of Mumbai, really.
Yeah. Really, an illustration. Really can't afford to give Warner too much width. Back at that rate that they'll have in their own mind about the idea of 10 per over, 50 for 1 now. Hyderabad in the 6th over. Bumrah now coming around the wicket, trying to give Warner less room, and Warner's still able to play that into the covers, but really only as far as the cover fielder, and there'll be no run.
Yeah, a good call from Bumrah. I think he's kept that field the same, and he's with the 3 men between point and short third man, and he's gone round the wicket to try and deny Warner room. Neither Warner nor Manish Pandey have scored at any particular pace this season. Manish Pandey barely over 7 and over, Warner under.
Full length ball near Yorker length, and Warner really half drive, half forward push, slightly edgy towards a square point fielder. I think they'll take a single and they'll run through for that. But yeah, a slightly better length ball there from Bumrah. Nice comeback after the consecutive 4s in the first 2 balls.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a very, very fine bowler. Jasprit Bumrah. He was very good the other night against the Kolkata Knight Riders.
So Pandey, who got off to a nice start in the previous over, takes that ball on off stump, plays that straight past the bowler, and that will beat the fielder, and that will go for another boundary.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Yeah, lovely timing from Manish Pandey, just using the pace of Jasprit Bumrah. He is a very fluent and elegant player, perhaps a little bit too orthodox at times through his T20 and in particular his IPL career. Can take time to get going, but on a true pitch he could be very useful.
And that last ball of the over is on leg stump, and Pandey tries to play that ball through mid wicket, and there'll be a single taken. Not really the best over there from Bumrah. The 14 runs coming off it. The run rate at 9 1/3 runs per over, 56 for 1 at the end of the 6th over. Nestle, what have we got by means of social media?
Well, Warren, as usual, is with us on Hot Mic. Leia says there should be a special jingle for when Bairstow gets out and looks stroppy. Something from Hawkwind's Lost Johnny, perhaps. And Jersey Oak says, I've now connected my iPad and downloaded Hot Mic. What's my prize?
We told him on Twitter an overwhelming sense of smugness.
Ah, okay.
The prize is to listen to us.
The prize was the friends we made along the way.
Jay Grover says he's about to go to bed and he's got the kinks in his head. Thanks, Knackle, bastard. A bit early for bed, isn't it?
Or is it a bit late? Really late?
He's
We got bowling change?
We do have a bowling change. Spin for the second time. Not yet seen Rahul Chahar, the leg spinner.
If Krunal Pandya directed a Star Wars movie, would it be any good?
Mumbai only really have the... well, that's not strictly true, actually, because Kieran Pollard can be relied upon for a few overs. Hardik Pandya not yet fit to bowl, we understand.
Uh-huh. First ball around the wicket onto middle stump, and that is just pushed by Pandey down to long off, and that will be a single taken. He'll move on to 14 from 8 deliveries. Warner still scratching and struggling around 15 off 14, even with a couple of boundaries in that previous over. We'll see if that's given him some impetus as we see the dual-hatted Rohit Sharma, not even dual baseball cap. That is lofted to a full toss. Certainly a full-length delivery outside off stump, and it is able to beat extra cover, but there's a deep, a wide, longish on there, and able to just get that down to a single.
Yeah, Warner tried to hit the cover off that, but he was horribly short of timing.
Pandey just plays a regulation defensive shot to the next ball, and Pandey will field off his own bowler. He remains going around the wicket. This fourth ball of the over again cramps Pandey for room, and he's only able to play the ball back to the bowler, and again there'll be no run.
Rohit Sharma claims not to look too much at player versus player matchups, but he's a very smart operator, and I think there's a bit of kidology. We're seeing on screen that Manish Pandey against Krunal Pandya, through the history of their duels in the IPL across all seasons, scores at barely over a run a ball. He can struggle, Manish Pandey, to score at the pace that is required.
I think that becomes the hidden secret. I think it's the sustained pace. Oh, now is a flatter, round arm, quickish delivery, almost like a new bowler coming into the crease. Pandey able to take the ball into the leg side towards a deep square leg, and they'll take a single. But that was a tremendous change of variation, not really the idea of deception out of the hand.
That was
almost like an underarm serve in tennis.
Yeah, he turned into Kedar Jadhav for a second.
Impressionist bowling in every sense of the word. Back over the wicket for the last ball, and that is a wide full-length ball that Warner is desperately looking for that to be a wide, but he won't get it. A good over, just the 3 runs taken from it. Krunal 0 for 11 off his 2 overs. Nestlers.
Greg Grover says, and Nestlers is smoking the cat again. I don't know if that's a mistype. I was stroking the cat. You're all sick. Minor drugs, then sleep. Muttley says, so far so good for Sunrisers. Fingers crossed it carries on. And Jay comes back. He hasn't gone to sleep. I can send you what I spent all night reviewing, editing if you want. Al's cannibal confessions might be germane.
Just jelly baby. That's all it is.
You're listening to Al's Cannibal Confessions.
I love a jelly baby. I haven't had them in years.
Oh, well, have you got time to adjust your order for later?
Nah.
Oh, Speaking of a change in bowling, the lesser spotted Kieran Pollard bowler, I think, is going to have a bit of trouble.
I'm busy watching Kai run Pollard, so I'll get back to you.
Yeah, he bowled a lot during the CPL for the Trinbago Knight Riders on those slow pitches, and he has bowled much more this season than he has done in the previous couple of years. He's a very intelligent cricketer, Kieran Pollard. He knows all the tricks of the trade. Bowl his off cutters and his leg cutters and his slower balls, and he'll bowl naggingly and be difficult to hit.
So Pollard comes in for the first ball of this 8th over, and it's on middle and leg stump, and Pandey is able to play that ball down to long on and take a single. The graphics were just showing there at the end of the 7th over. Both teams have scored 59 runs, just that Mumbai had lost 2 wickets as opposed to Hyderabad's 1.
Yes,
so the game incredibly well balanced.
Sunrisers were ahead at the end of the power play by some 10 runs and an extra wicket in hand, but there was a very good over from Krunal Pandya.
So Pollard is going to come around the wicket for this second delivery, and that is a slower ball that Warner has to wait for, and slashes hard at the ball but is only able to slash it to deep cover, who fields the ball on the bounce, limiting Warner to just a single.
I wonder if this is a tactic born of the fact that this is a slightly used pitch and it's slightly slower, and so you might get a little bit more joy taking the pace off than you might have done on. You might get those balls to grip a little bit more. I mean, it's still a pretty decent wicket, I think.
Pollard back over the wicket to Pandey, and he's uppercut this ball, and it has been dropped. I feel maybe dropped for it was dropped for 4. I thought that would have been dropped for 6. Hardik Pandey is the fielder who's got his head in his hands. It was a slightly shorter length delivery, maybe surprised Pandey, but he was able to lift and uppercut the ball over point. Let's see here. It's a regulation catch and dropped, an awful drop.
Yeah, very odd. He's taken a good catch earlier. He's a very good fielder, Hardik Pandey. I don't know if he was just trying to. It just wasn't set. It just burst straight through the hands. Bizarre.
Absolutely.
Sorry, go ahead.
And that is wide of the crease from Pollard, and it's down the leg side, and that's going to be a wide to add more punishment to the way that he's feeling.
Wow. It's a shame because Pollard had bowled that very well. He bowled the leg cutter, and Manish Pandey had to throw his entire body into trying to get the power on the stroke, a sort of jumping square cut. It was exactly what Pollard was bowling for, and he had the fielder set for it.
So we'll try, and it's another attempted slower ball, and that's going to be another wide down the leg side. Pollard erring in length and judgment. It's almost like you can sense a sense of rising frustration that maybe he hasn't quite got the dropped catch out of his mind. 2 slower ball leg side wides in a row, and so this ball is slightly shorter of a length, and Pandey is able to pull the ball, but only really pull the ball towards a deep mid wicket, where Sharma, I believe, is there in order to be able to limit them to a single. So even though Pollard has bowled 6, there still remains 2 balls left in the over. Hyderabad 68 for 1 with 2 balls left to go in this 8th over. Warner on strike, 17 off 17 so far. A struggle as Pollard comes in from around the wicket, and again a mistimed delivery and a half-called single. As Warner diving headlong into the non-striker's end, even though all the action was at the wicket-keeper's end. He just really can't seem to get the ball away. Partially, I think maybe, Knuckle, as you were saying, that they've taken pace off the ball and it's not helping.
Yeah, Kieran Pollard's quite a difficult bowler to pick up and set yourself for, even though you know it's going to be coming at you slowly, because he gets the ball to stop in the wicket a little bit. I also don't know if it's just an illusion because you think he's such a big man, you think it should come out faster, even though he's been doing this for years.
Maybe. maybe. Last ball of the over, just pushed by Pandey into the covers, and they take a well-run single. And at the end of the 8th over, Hyderabad are 70 for 1. Nestler.
Jay Grover says, Pollard, Bear could shit him. And he also says, bother, I can't move my legs.
Well, you probably should stay where you are then.
Yeah, you might as well just sit there and listen to us.
Yeah.
Shivaru Bandhu is with us on Crick Tracker India. Our own Tony Bishop is having a chat with somebody on there. Shua Roy is with us on YouTube, as is JB. Hello, Gorillas. The razzmatazz of the IPL is great and all, but can you imagine commentating on a potential coin toss or bowl off for Edgbaston later today?
I know, right? Bowl out was famously a feature of the first ever T20 men's T20 World Cup when India and Pakistan had to settle a tied match with a bowl out.
We've got a change in the bowling. Knuckle.
Yeah, indeed. Mumbai bringing in their leg spinner.
Maybe you have a dream of bowling the perfect ball, winning the final game, but when you wake up, you're Rahul Chahar.
It's been quite good this season, Rahul Chahar. The leg spinner, 2 for 26. His figures are 1 for 36, 2 for 26, 1 for 31, and 2 for 26, which is very tidy indeed. Watch for him bowling through and over.
So, Chahar. And that ball is hit high and hard by Pandey. And we're going to need another ball unless that hit the help for the heroes. And that's 6 off the first ball.
I believe in miracles. Since you came to bat, you 60 thing, you. I believe in miracles. Since you came out to bat, you 60 thing.
Let's see how he responds with the next ball, and that ball spins away from Pandey, but he follows with the spin of the ball and plays that through towards a deep cover, and they'll just take a single, maybe slightly beaten in the flight by that second delivery.
Yes, it was held back a little bit, bowled slightly off pace and much wider, so Manish had to really reach for it. We've seen when the spinners have pitched the ball up at Sharjah, as Piyush Chawla found to his dismay when he was bowling at Sanju Samson for the Rajasthan Royals in the first game at Sharjah, that it's been very easy to just step and hit through the line back down the ground. So you've got to drag your length back a little bit at Sharjah.
Third ball of the over, and that is again on middle stump, and Warner is this time going straight, and he has gone 30-40 rows back into the pavilion, and that is 2 sixes for Hyderabad in 3 balls.
Yeah, again, just too easy for David Warner to just take one step down the wicket and launch him back over his head.
Too full.
Yep.
I mean, Rashid Khan was slightly back of a length in what we might describe as traditional leg spin terms, but just the line, the length is just too much. Too full.
Yeah, it's
too
easy.
Too easy. Just like you said, one step and just swing through the line.
Yeah, you're not going to get sharp turn particularly, and Rahul Chahar is not someone who can necessarily do batters in the flight. Even bowlers who are very good at that, like Piyush Chawla, has struggled with that length.
So let's see how we respond again, and that is on leg. I think that might have been the googly, but Warner has played that onto the onside through mid-wicket, and they've been taken a very sharp, well-run 2 there. We've mentioned a number of times about the idea of just how quick Warner is on that first run and being able to turn around, finding an equal willing partner, and that 2 was relatively comfortable, and that brings up the 50 partnership. Pandey and Warner bring up the 51 partnership in just 29 deliveries. 5th ball of the over, and that is a horrible delivery that Warner really should have let go for a wide, but he takes one step out and tries to drive the ball through the covers, but only finds the cover point fielder. It's got to be fighting all of your better instincts to leave a ball that you know should be a wide. As we go straight to the last ball of the over, and an ugly hoik through to the leg side field. a deeper sort of cow corner. They're doing the fielding. A real licorice all sort of an over there, Knuckle.
Yeah, but I think that he did learn the lesson. He made sure that he was A, getting the ball wide of Warner, and B, dragging the length back. You said it was a horrible delivery, and it looks odd, but he's bowled it for a specific reason. He's bowled it so that Warner cannot simply reach and hit him back over his head. The ball might turn a little bit if you drag it a bit short. So it was wider than I think he wanted, and probably should have been a wide. But I think Chahar, it took him one ball longer than his ideal, but he did learn the lesson. Nevertheless,
Absolutely.
though, 16 off the over with those 2 sixes.
Nestle, what have we got by means of interaction?
Jersey Oak says, I thought it was Virgil van Dijk coming on to bowl with that hairdo. I can see what you mean. Leia says, wasn't that the bowl out which the Pakistan quicks kept it in the channel for some reason, while Dhoni used non-turning part-timers exclusively?
Well, Harbhajan Singh did bowl one, but there's been some... Yeah, the Pakistan went to their... they had their standard bowlers, but they were sort of bowling off half run-ups and sort of not quite... They sort of were trying to sort of put the ball there, and they all ended up, way wide of the stumps. India apparently had been practicing bowl-outs. They'd ended each training session with practicing bowl-outs, and they'd been making a note of who hit most often. And it was, it was non-bowlers really, apart from Harbhajan. It was Robin Uthappa and Virender Sehwag, who, a part-timer, but Robin Uthappa was a wicket-keeper, really. So they just went to... it sort of ran, you've hit most, you've hit second most, you've hit... And so on, and just, one pace, turn, roll your arm over, hit the stumps, bowl still in your cap. The footage is on YouTube, and it's quite fun to watch.
Is it one stump, or is it...
No, full set of stumps.
Full set of stumps?
Yeah, they don't do it much anymore now that the super over is a thing.
You think that their level, they just hit it constantly?
Well, yeah, but...
you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I don't know, there's something about not having the batter there throws people off. It's just those little cues that you pick up don't throw you off a little bit. And it was really interesting. The Pakistan bowlers were obviously sort of caught between just trying to put it there and bowling properly.
Yeah.
It was interesting. There's also one from a T20 game in England a few years ago where it was raining and they had to do the bowl out in the indoor school in the nets.
They might have to do that today.
Yeah, may well be.
That's
Bad way
weird.
to decide a tournament. Sorry,
That's
carry on.
strange, isn't it? I'd have thought that they'd just hit the stumps almost every time.
I don't know, but the thing is, you're not often actually bowling to hit the stumps.
I suppose not, no.
Alright, the strategic timeout is at an end. And Mr. Patterson will bowl his third over.
Yep, the latest down a long line of stockily built, burly Antipodeans that the Mumbai Indians have as their third seamer.
Changeley Pattinson, he's on the mend. After back treatment that seemed without end, so many games missed.
It's been good for Mumbai, and he does tend to, he'll bowl a couple in the power play, then a couple in the middle. He won't be used as a death bowler.
He comes in for the first ball of his over, just outside Warner's off stump, and he has amazingly managed to find a almost non-existent gap between two fielders backward of square, and that will go for 4 runs.
Yeah, he hit that one straight 6 off Rahul Chahar, but the only other off the seamers, it's only been that ball angling across him that he's been able to guide through backward point that he's timed even slightly.
Yeah, and that, I mean, to play it, I mean, it was really just no more than, say, a ball 2 balls away from, in width away from off stump. So he's played that shot incredibly well, incredibly deft hands and wrists there to be able to find that angle.
Surprised Pattinson's not gone round the wicket.
Maybe he'll take another ball in order to be able to learn that lesson. And that ball tucks Warner up for room inside the on the leg stump and he'll play that ball out to square leg, and there'll just be a single taken.
No, fair enough. If you're going to bowl that, if you're going to stay over the wicket, bowl that line into the body. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Just need to send our best wishes to Dr. Dan Diper, who's not very well at the moment, although he's still sending out his sketches to us. Wish you all the best, Dr. Dan. Hope you're okay.
I hope the self-administered art therapy helps.
So say all of us. Hyderabad, 91 for 1. 2 balls gone in this 10th over, the last over of my spell. I believe it's Mr. Bishop who's going to take over from me in 4 balls time. As Patterson begins his run up and runs past the umpire, and that is down the leg side, and that will be a wide. You will have to do that again, sir. You will have to do that again. Interesting whether Warner will manage to find some form the longer he stays. 32 off 24 balls. Pandey looking quite impressive. 29 off 17 as Patterson is in again, and Pandey plays that ball down towards a wideish mid-on, and there'll just be a single there, and he'll move to 30.
Good Lord, West Ham are beating Leicester 3-0 at Leicester.
3-0?
Yeah.
Wouldn't have had that down as a list of possible result.
No, my Hammers fans will be happy. They've been spouting bile.
Will they though? Will they though? Are West Ham fans happier when they're unhappy?
I think West Ham fans, when they're doing well, are waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Yeah. If you believe that sunshine is the gap between rain showers, then that's your team, really.
Yeah, it's been a weird old Premier League season.
Well, all sports weird at the moment, really. As Patterson is in again, and he does tuck Warner up for room again. He plays that to just behind deep square. The fielder comes in again, restricts them to a single.
Yeah, David Warner.
Joe Grover's gone to bed. He says, "Good night, chaps. Thank you all very much. All the best to Dr. Dan, because he is mint."
He is absolutely mint. Those drawings are absolutely superb.
Yeah, well, unless you are on medication like Jay Grover and are forced to, don't go anywhere, because we'll be here for the second game of today's doubleheader, Kings 11 versus the Chennai Super Kings.
And Patterson bowls that in the slot for Pandey, and he is out. He has found Pollard deep at long off, who turns and smiles, takes a high five from one of his non-playing colleagues, and Pandey departs. 30 off 19 balls, and a wicket for Patterson.
On your bike, mate.
Yeah, kind of in the slot, really, from James Patterson. It's a little bit lucky that Manish Pandey just, I don't know, got it a little bit too low on the bat. Oh, sorry, not too low on the bat, but it's, didn't quite middle it, so he sort of hit through the ball rather than under it, and so there was no elevation, and Kieran Pollard was a good 5 yards in off the rope and took it at head height, but Manish Pandey had been looking by far the most fluent of the two. But it does bring to the crease someone who, despite his perceived orthodoxy, has been a real spark of life for the Sunrisers this year.
Kane Williamson, like a game of ping pong. 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 Kane Williamson.
I think he's still grossly underrated, Kane Williamson. Grossly underrated.
Oh dear.
Yeah, so he didn't have his first game of the season. He's only played 2, but brilliant for the Sunrisers against the Delhi Capitals in Abu Dhabi, 41 off 26 as the Sunrisers won that game.
Last ball of the over, and Williamson tries to sort of nurdle that ball down through a vacant slip area, but he only manages to find sort of a wideish gully, and that's the end of the over and the end of my time here on this game. I will see you for the second game this afternoon. Hyderabad 94 off for 2 off 10 overs and all to play for.
Thank you very much indeed, Al. Beautifully described. Yes, little dent in the Sunrisers' path there with the loss of Manish Pandey. Yeah. Thank you very much, Anindo. The voice of Anindo, my spin bowling and grammar Indian grammar consultant from Singapore, and still trying to look for life somewhere is Nestle.
Well, I'm just watching Liège, Baston Liège on my other screen. There's been a rather nasty crash. I wouldn't fancy riding around these Belgian roads at 60 kilometres an hour.
Probably not, as this one is absolutely crashed away, but will be fielded at deep extra cover. That looks like Kieran Pollard again proving he's pretty average, whatever the bear may say. Krunal the bowler, none for 13 for him. He's in his third over, and to judge that well, didn't he, Anindo?
Yeah, it was a good start.
What's pretty average, says Knuckle, but I don't know what pretty average refers to. 35 for David Warner.
I mean, he's got 35 of 26, and you know, we've been saying for a long time that he's been unable to connect properly, and the longer he stays, I guess, the better it is for him.
He's got 50 runs so far, has Kane Williamson in this IPL. As that was an extraordinary ball from Krunal. What on earth was that? It's got the full meaty monster treatment from Warner over long on. But I'm lost for words, Anindo. You'll have to describe that delivery after the jingle.
Well,
what on earth was it?
That was badly thrown javelin from about waist height.
I was about to say, if you were to creep up on someone and look to tap them on the shoulder, that's how you'd probably do it. Extraordinary. Warner punches this back over the bowler's head. 1, 2, 3 bounces for 4 more this time.
But I didn't throw the slow ball.
It was very round arm as well.
It was bowled from about waist height, I would say.
Yes, it's quite
just about legal.
Just about legal. It was a 1 bounce, by the way, that for as David Warner must feel he's onto a good thing here, because he's taken 10 off the last 2, and this one he just flicks off his legs. Better ball from Krunal this time, who's decided not to do an impression of Groucho Marx while he's bowling on this occasion, and that will just net Warner another single. 107 for 2, 102 needed off 56, so very doable on this ground. Perhaps the loss of Pandey might just have put a little obstacle in the way, but none too great, you would think. I think right now, Anindo, my money is on the Sunrisers. What about you?
Yeah, I'd go with the Sunrisers. I mean, at 10 already, and we know how much you can score right at the end. I'd definitely go with them as of now, unless they lose a few wickets here.
Brunel's in. This time he tries to push one through a lot quicker, coming around the wicket to Kane Williamson, who just works him down to Pollard at long on.
The Knuckle had a good point on the on that delivery, that it was probably a Kedar Jadhav impression.
Well, fine.
Kedar Jadhav is a very round arm bowler, but I don't think even he goes that flat, because this was like borderline legal.
It genuinely was extraordinary. Krunal, and again this one worked too long off from Warner, being the left-hander, and it's same fielder.
It was sort of
Nick Pollard, and it's another single.
It was sort of like Nick Kyrgios putting in an underarm serve, trying to unnerve Djokovic.
Yeah, if you
Doesn't
get a
take a
policeman
lot.
signalling traffic to come through, that's about how low. That's probably about how low that arm was. I've never seen it, but coming around the wicket just made it look even more bizarre.
Did we actually find out what that other stadium was? Because they showed another picture of it, and it's got like a cricket stand at one end. It's a bowl. Looks like another cricket stadium.
Well, maybe it is. Maybe it is.
Yeah.
Maybe that's where they should be playing.
That would be one
boundaries.
That would be one seat for every person who lives in Sharjah. In that case, between the two stadiums.
Well, yeah, it's very odd indeed. 100 needed by the Sunrisers from 54 balls. So a shade over to a ball. Very manageable equation indeed, I would say. Nestlers, it's a god-awful small affair. What have you got for us on social media?
Nothing. Yeah, Dr. Dan is still sketching away. I'll retweet that one. Let's have a look on Crypt Tracker India. Has anyone else come on? No, not at the moment. And all quiet.
All quiet.
I think you need to get your cat back in the frame, Nestle.
She's asleep over there.
Ah, okay.
And I'll leave her to it.
Then.
Probably best. Well, no mistaking this gentleman.
Yeah.
It is, of course, Jasprit Bumrah, and this one is immediately a dot ball. David Warner didn't get hold of that at all. He was whatever was going on in his head. It was not what transpired with what happened between bat and ball. It was just pushed to mid off. 47 for him off 31. One off just two for Williamson so far. 109 for two. The Sunrisers. Jasprit Bumrah will be in again. He has a ring of four on the offside to the left-handed Warner, and it's full. And this time Warner gallops very swiftly, a push to mid-off. Bring Williamson onto strike. Remember, they need two a ball, but that can be rapidly accelerated by the frequency with which maximums are bludgeoned on this ground.
Yeah. It's such a delight to watch Jasprit Bumrah bowl, and every ball when he comes in is I sort of find it very similar to when you have Archer bowling and you anticipate what he's going to do next. They're just such high quality bowlers, both of them.
They're so different in their actions, though. I mean, admittedly, Bumrah is unique in his extraordinary action, but he has the same capacity to disguise his quicker and slower balls. This one is pushed to mid-wicket. Another single taken by Williamson. So they're just rotating the strike, these two at the moment. 98 or 51 the equation for the Sunrisers. Nelson's, and not that I think that's going to bother an Australian and a Kiwi overly much, but it's 111 for two.
And you don't have David Shepherd umpiring, so
no.
Fine.
Stood on one wobbly leg. Big, solid, florid man, wasn't he, David Shepherd?
Yeah.
I always remember very rosy-cheeked and quite a bit of him. Bumrah in again, over the wicket. That's a down leg, flicked at unsuccessfully. Will be signalled as a wide by umpire. And Indo, over to you for the name.
Ananta Padmanabhan.
Thank you so much. Perfect. There it was. We'll just keep doing that.
Wide.
Thank God he's not umpiring in the second match when you're not summarising it in the.
So I think Knuckles now going to get a jingle for Ananta Padmanabhan so that you don't need to pronounce the name.
What a brilliant idea! If Mog, Jeff, Prikey, anybody out there, if you could give us a jingle.
I could do the voiceover. That's not a problem if they can't pronounce it.
That would be brilliant. We've done that before. This one, one-handedly pushed by Warner to mid-wicket, will just take a single. 113 for two.
And we have
96 or 50
from Knackle that Sharjah Sports Club is the other stadium, which contains the home of Sharjah Football Club.
Football, as in football, proper football, what we call football. Yes. Yeah. Oh, there you go. I think I said much earlier on. I think it's probably a football ground, but I don't think we ever confirmed it. So now we know it officially. So they're well catered for their sporting activities, aren't they, by Joe? International cricket, probably international at some level. This one's away to the outside by Kane Williamson, down to cover.
But the Sharjah cricket stadiums had more international cricket than any other ground in the Middle East, for sure. I mean, because they've had it since the 1980s, right?
Yeah. Who's that there with the man bun?
The Liverpool defender.
No. Well, he will have.
Van Dijk.
I know who you're thinking. It's not Virgil van Dijk. No. David Warner on strike. 1 run needed for him to get to another 50. It's a bit of a grind, maybe, but he'll be glad for that. This one is punched down the ground, and is it going to make it all the way? No. Fielded by, I think, is that Trent Bolt from mid-off, who came across very straight. Excellent piece of fielding. Restricted Warner to a single, but it does bring up his 50, so we'll jingle him in celebration.
50 runs, your 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, your 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
Yep. Fine job. Scratchy at the beginning for sure. Opened his shoulders a bit as he's progressed into his work. Still not as fluent as we're used to seeing him, I don't think, in Indo, though, is he? By any manner of means.
No, he's not. But he's got 50 off 34. He's well set. For what we've got 8 overs to go. It's perfect place for, unless he does something very silly. He should be able to take them home.
56% his boundary percentage, and we are going to see the man with the tight-lipped operator that he is. Trent Bolt will jingle him after this delivery, which is hauled by Warner away to deep mid-wicket. There'll be a 1 run there, just a single. Jingle him up, Knuckle.
How does he speak, or play the horn, or clean his teeth, or even yawn? How does he shout? How does he call? Trent Bolt's mouth is really small.
Poor old Trent.
That's 45th IPL 50 for Warner.
Fantastic effort. I mean, he's a class operator. I mean, I know we like to dislike him, being English. It's all part of the fun, and he occasionally brings that on himself.
Cartoon villain, isn't he?
He is a cartoon villain. Indeed, perhaps we should deliver him some dynamite. As this one is, whoa! I think it's he was looking to run that down, and it is a wicket. There's an extra bounce from Trent Bolt, and his countryman and country captain, indeed, Kane Williamson, will have to go. He was looking to slide that, I think, down to third man. Instead, he's just slid it into the gloves of the keeper, and he's gone.
How's that? You missed about, I called you out. How's that?
Well, if
Well
this had
taken
not
note
been,
by De Kock as well.
yeah, if this had not been a serious match, you would have thought that's catching practice he's giving to.
Well, I think he started off looking to run it, and then it seemed on that run that he was just trying to pull out at the last minute.
Couldn't.
The Catholic method, and it didn't work for him, I'm afraid.
You don't pull out. Even if you're thinking that it's not going to work, you still go for it because you just don't know, do you?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. If you're gonna go for it, go for it. And it brings Garg on to strike. We'll see what we can find out about him while he is jingled. If he is being jingled, I can't hear it.
No, I can't.
So we will press on. 116 for 3.
It's one of those quiet jingles.
Certainly effective at being quiet, there's no doubt about that. Williamson went for 3 off 5. Not his best day at work by any manner of means. But Guard will be on strike. He'll be facing Trent Bolt, the successful Trent Bolt.
19 years old.
Yeah, just a lad. Rohit Sharma seems distinctly... Well, what's going on here? Both Rohit Sharma and Kieran Pollard appear to be incredulous about something. Maybe trying to manoeuvre the field, and no one seems to be paying attention. I think that might be the case. Priyam Gard was India's captain in this at this year's Under-19 World Cup, and he scored a superb 51 off 26 in that. And he meets this to the manner born and very elegantly away to Kieran Pollard at mid-off, and it will just be a single for him. So he's off and running. David Warner, very much the established batsman of the two, is on strike again. 51 for him. It was a funny shot, wasn't it, that one by Williamson? He just, as we said, he looked as if he was setting himself up to glide it to third man, changed his mind, but just didn't get his bat out the way in time.
Yeah, I loved your
In comes Bolt, pulled away by Warner. There's a man down there at deep mid-wicket. Will just be another single. 117 for 3. Run rate 9.36. And what do they need? They need to be going at, well, over 12 now. So they will need some acceleration. David Warner, perhaps the most equipped person to do it.
Yeah.
We shall see how that goes. I think poor old Trent Bolt gets a bad press. I think he's quite a handsome chap.
Yeah, he's good looking.
Only after our jingle.
Yeah. Blighted the poor man forever as being undermouthed. As this one is flicked off his toes down to deep mid-wicket. It's another single for young Garg, under-19 star of the World Cup, the under-19 World Cup. David Warner back on to strike, 90 from 43 now the equation, and 119 for 3 the score. It's the last ball of the 13th over, and the left-handed David Warner is going to be facing the left-armed Trent Bolt, and Warner steps back, lofts it high and handsome over extra cover. Richard Illingworth signals, and it is this that he's signalling.
Well, we've been joined by messages.
Good Lord.
Evening all. When you consider that with 1.5 million people, Sharjah's population exceeds Liverpool and Leeds combined, it's probably fair that they get at least one decent football ground.
Well, you picked two teams that had a very good football match this season, if you're talking Liverpool and Leeds. 4-3 was it, if I remember rightly? Cracking game. Anyway, 123 for 3. It's the end of the 13th over. Nestlers, what else have you got for us?
Let's have a look. Not a lot. People are being very quiet. Oh, Dan DiCastro's with us on YouTube as usual. Another 200 plus chase, goody fun. We had one record 223 chase, 201 super over. Yesterday 228, chase just short. 208 today, easy chase if we keep wickets in hand.
In fact, I'm looking at the previous 3 games. Nobody has scored under 200, even in the chasing part of the camp. Literally 200 for 6 by Chennai Super Kings is the lowest score so far, therefore. As this one is worked away off his hip through mid-wicket. 2 fielders are there, and nicely fielded. They're going to have to run 2 as a wayward throw, and Kieran Pollard,
he ran.
He ran. You could almost hear the Sharjah street thundering as he went herring after that very wayward throw.
Well, they had the Richter scale up and running there.
Well, I think they would definitely need to have done. Yeah, nothing wrong with that commitment. Bulky he may be, but effective. And not for the first time we've actually said, well, hang on, he's a pretty good fielder. He's going to be bowling anyway. Right arm over. Flicked again off his leg by Guard. And it's away to mid-wicket. Will just be, they'll run 2. They'll run a very sharp 2. So I think they're very conscious, these two, that over 12 and over, whilst eminently achievable on this small ground, you can't not get on with things when you have the opportunity to do it, and that's precisely what they're doing.
Well, as long as the captain's at the crease, he's just going to keep pushing his partner very hard.
Yeah, he's leading by example.
His finger, though.
Warner in doing that, is that Warner in the dive?
Yeah,
it may well have been. He really had to fling himself in. We'll keep you updated on what that is. Unfortunately, the cameraman seems not so interested in David Warner's finger. So you might have seen something there that the director of our pictures didn't see.
Well, he took his glove off and started doing the shaky hand thing.
Oh,
I think he fell on his hand. So.
5 matches in for Priyam Gard, 69 runs and 150 plus for him so far. It's a man who shows immense promise, I think. Kieran Pollard in again, considerably more experience. Hand off the bat from Garg as he's looking to pull this away to mid-wicket. It's just down to mid-on and will be another single. Didn't get hold of that at all. Trent Bolt is on duty down there. We're looking at Johnny Bairstow up in the stands, who's quite rightly found himself a bit of shade. I'm sure his mum will be happier with that. And hoping he's got his sun cream with him as well.
Why is Rahul Chahar not bowling? I mean,
was that a rhetorical question?
No.
Or a general question to everybody? It's a
general question to everybody, if anyone knows the answer. Yeah.
Okay. Well, his first over went for 16.
Yeah, but
perhaps they're holding him in reserve. 128 for 3. With 3 balls into this 14th over. Round the wicket comes Pollard. David Warner waits for him, steers it to deep point. Will just... Actually, I'm not sure they did run. I think they decided against it there, didn't they? The ball straight to the fielder, probably wise. 56 off 37 so far for the Sunrisers captain David Warner.
Knowing how the last few overs have gone, spinners are not going to be terribly effective, I would think.
Well, by and large, although Rashid Khan bowled beautifully, but by and large it's... Well, Rashid Khan is Rashid Khan. Round the wicket comes Pollard. Warner again steers this away to extra cover. It'll just be a single once more. Pandya, the man doing the fielding down there. I wonder if Pollard and Archer have conversations discussing their various neckwear. Perhaps they have to. If they're playing each other, perhaps they phone each other up and go, look, this is what I'm wearing, so don't wear the same thing. No one ever wants to go to a party.
Archer wins hands down, come on.
He's
got about 10 times more gold by weight.
No, you are absolutely right, Anindo. He's definitely blingier than Kieran Pollard, I think. He's been bowling. He's varying his speed a lot this over. 110, 124, a couple of 101, and then 116. That one is smacked back up. Did he get a hand to that?
Yes, he did.
He did. Well, it would have been the catch to end all reaction catches. As it was, he just parried it. The ball changed direction, and it would end up as a single. But goodness me, if he'd have managed to cling onto that, it would have been a miracle, wouldn't it, Anindo?
Yeah, for a man his size, his reaction time is remarkable. I mean, how can you get your hand up to that one?
Wow. He did. He absolutely did. He had both feet off the ground.
That again is almost like he punched it like a goalkeeper.
He did. Well, yes, but in that particular instance, it is no small amount of nerve either, because that was really hit.
He didn't even feel that.
No.
Well, he didn't. I suppose the thing on those situations is you don't actually have time to think about it. It is genuinely just purely instinctive.
Yeah, but with anyone else, he would probably have fractured a couple of knuckles in there.
Oh well, we don't want not knuckles. We definitely don't want to fracture a couple of knuckles.
No.
134-3. We've completed 14 overs. Warner 57. Ian Garg on 8 off 6 for him. And Pollard, not surprisingly, has gone off for some treatment. Oh, he doesn't look unduly perturbed. He's just wiping that big paw of his.
We have
blue Mumbai towel.
Tony, we have your favourite bowler back.
Do we? Oh, fantastic! We do
if
indeed.
If Krenor Pandya directed a Star Wars movie, would it be any good?
And this, he starts off with an absolute horrible, but he might have got a wicket. I think he has. What an extraordinary catch. They do say SH1T gets wickets. It did on that occasion. It was an awful full toss by Krunal, pulled by Garg and taken at deep mid-wicket. Dear oh dear.
I think the formula in this match. Sorry, I think in the formula in this match is you have to bowl really terrible balls to get wickets.
Well, indeed, and that seems to be the case. Now, are we looking just for confirmation there? I can see Richard Illingworth and indeed Krunal both have their hands on their hips. It was taken fairly enough, but there is a question. Did he let the ball go in time before he touches? He clings onto it, falls and rolls, and therefore we can't quite see whether his shoulder just touched that boundary sponge. I don't think it did.
Did his man bun touch the boundary sponge?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's the only part of him which probably could have.
Well, it's, to be honest, always a ridiculous form of tonsorial adornment, and if it did cause him the loss of a wicket, I think he should go straight to the barbers.
Or the towel behind.
Daft.
That's okay, isn't it?
Well,
Yeah.
I think it is, but you can see why they are spending so much time.
Well, it's close.
Looking at it, because it was close enough to cast quite a bit of doubt.
Yeah,
it was beautifully taken by Chahar. There's no doubt about that.
Maybe
Gives us a chance.
PTM. They rang them up and said, "Can you do the advertising?" For
There's
us?
not been enough for us today, and not surprisingly, it is given out. PTM will have another moment in the sun, and we've mentioned them 3 times already, and they don't pay us. And that one, Abhishek comes to the crease. Not a good ball by Krunal, who's bought a wicket with some absolute filth. Let's see what he's got this time.
Oh my God!
And it's another piece of filth which David Warner has to really stretch and pull from off to leg. Will get himself a single, and I rather fancy he either had a word or he certainly had a look over the shoulder of Krunal and go, how am I supposed to hit that absolute piece of nonsense, or words to that effect? I suspect it may have been a little more pointed.
I might put
So
myself
how would
forward.
Boycott call this? Rubbish. How would Boycott pronounce it?
Rubbish.
He's bowling absolute garbage.
Absolute garbage.
Absolute garbage.
My grandmother in her penny could have bowled better than that. Add 2 wickets to the score.
I think I might put myself forward for an IPL contract next season and say that I can just bowl.
Because you can bowl better than that.
Well, probably not, but
there's also not much, without the atmosphere on Mars, you'd be able to get a lot of flight, I would imagine. This one is hauled around the corner. There is a man at deep backward square. It would just be another single to the score. 133 for 4. Let's see, where's that run rate got to? Getting on for 14 now. Small ground it may be.
I was thinking
But
that they're getting a bit stuck, are they?
Well, they are. Wickets have come, albeit filthy ones, at just about the right time. Krunal's in again, and Warner doesn't really connect. He was looking to steer it down to fine leg. He did, but he seemed to fall over in the process and didn't get as much of it as he will have intended.
Another wide.
Just another single given as a wide, so he didn't actually get any bat on it. And I thought he laid some bat on that.
Wide.
But, he didn't. Knackle was playing a jingle, but I didn't hear it. In comes Krunal. It's another wide. Well, I don't know quite how to describe this, Amindo, so I'm going to let you have a go. Mixed. Terrible.
It's a mixed bag.
Absolutely terrible.
It's a mixed bag of terrible bowling. But Nakul doesn't like what we are saying. He doesn't like us fuddy-duddies being, questioning the bowling tactics of Krunal Pandya.
Oh, well, it's filth. It's filth in any language. This one is worked away to deep mid-wicket by Abhishek.
He thinks it's strategically bad bowling, or strategically good bowling of bad deliveries.
Bowling my arse. It's bad bowling is bad bowling. If it happens to get wickets, it's just good fortune.
It's diverse.
It's diverse bowling. It's diverse, politically correct bowling. Quite right. 138, 4-4. 58 for David Warner, 3 for Abhishek. And what's our friend Krunal got this time? Nothing. Well, not actually. Probably one of his better balls. And guided away to.
Well, he managed not to bowl a wide, so that is an improvement.
He did. I've lost track of how many balls he's bowled this over, let alone what they've been. They've been so mixed. And are we at the end of the over?
No.
It's
still going.
He's confused
Ask
himself.
me in 7 minutes, Tony, and he'll still be bowling.
He came into bowl, and then I think he decided which particular variety of filth he was going to serve up there, and had to stop and rethink it. And it's another wide. He might actually have got away with that. He seems really upset.
No, it's
Tossed
not wide.
It hasn't been given as a wide. Well, that's probably he was either upset with himself for bowling such the ball. I do see it's a deliberate tactic, but if it's I do see it's a deliberate tactic.
Of course,
but it's horrible cricket.
Yeah,
it's the equivalent of parking the bus in football.
I'm done. I'll see you on the next game.
Oh, it can't have been a wide then, because
no, it wasn't a wide.
Okay. All right, well, I think I must be done as well. Nestler's go and get some oxygen.
Mizzy Jez is the next tweet, whoever's on tweets.
I think that's me.
Okay.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm still here. I've just changed my duties.
Yeah, indeed.
Okay.
Tony's going to read some tweets. Ananda's going to stay summarising. I'm going to take over ball by ball. The full toss was a genuinely bad delivery, but he's deliberately hanging the ball wide outside the left-handers off stump to ensure that the maximum you can get from it is a single. It is defensive bowling, but that's what's necessary at this stage of the innings. We should get some jingles in because we haven't jingled up Warner's batting partner.
Shama police, it's Abhishek, man, he's really young. He's making me feel old, he truly looks like he's 12 years old.
He'll be bowled up by this big Australian, bowling his last over.
James Lee Pattinson.
Won't be trusted to death. 70 needed off 30 now. He bowls full outside off stump does James Pattinson, and Abhishek Sharma can only take a single up to mid-off, getting Warner back on strike.
That seemed without end.
This has been a curious innings from Warner. It started so scratchily, then he accelerated to his 50, and then has been slowed down by Kieron Pollard and Krunal Pandya. Warner is livid with himself. I'm not quite sure why Krunal was so unhappy. That was a pretty good wide Yorker that he nailed. Got it exactly where he wanted to. Warner tries to reverse ramp over short third man, but it was a slightly off-pace delivery from James Pattinson. Mumbai have bowled pretty well on this pitch by and large. They've realised that the slower balls from the seamers have been quite effective on this wicket, more so than previously at Sharjah. And David Warner was through the shot way too early, again trying to hit the ball too hard, almost falls over. There is no run. In fact, he does fall over. James Pattinson, not known for his subtlety necessarily, but in his T20 box of tricks, but he's bowled pretty well. Down the track comes Warner, but only manages to, if anything, get too close to it and guide it all along the ground to Kieron Pollard, who flings the ball back in. You don't take on Kieron Pollard's arm too easily to come through for 2, but there hasn't been a boundary for a little while for the Sunrisers, and this is beginning to get out of hand.
Well, yes, I mean, nearly 15 the run rate now. I mean, we've seen that it can be achieved, no doubt about that. Who was it? It was Pollard and Pandya, of course.
Hardik
Pandya. 2 overs of Bumrah to come, right?
Yes, indeed, and one of Bolt. Split finger slow ball outside off stump, and it's another brilliant catch. We've seen some super catching today, and Ishan Kishan's pulled off another one. Maybe not quite as technically difficult as some of the others we've seen, but a good athletic catch nonetheless. A split finger slower ball from James Pattinson. Warner again too early on the stroke, and the top edge flies to short third man, and then Ishan Kishan flies to his right at short third man to take the catch. Warner gone for a curious 60 off 44. And we don't want to say this just yet, but do the Sunrisers' hopes go with him?
How's that? You messed about, I caught you out. How's that?
Flying catch from Ishan Kishan. James Pattinson screams in his Australian teammate's face.
I mean, he had to really stretch for it again.
Catch.
Would it have been a wide, though? Would it have been wide, or was it just inside those tram lines?
I think it was quite
comfortably. It was deliberately served wide to try and starve Warner of the chance to hit it.
I thought it was some way inside the wide line. Certainly Warner got a fair chunk of bat on it. But yeah, bowled very much the plan has very much been in the last few overs to bowl wide outside the off stump of David Warner to deny him the ability to hit through the line of the ball. We are going to take the strategic timeout as the Sunrisers are 142 for 5 with 2 balls to go in the 16th.
Well, our comments on the bowling have ignited many of our friends on Twitter, so I'll take the opportunity of the strategic ad break. Messi Jez said, whilst I haven't had much to say, I must tell you what a joy it's been to have your mellifluous voices accompanying this match in place of the truly orally offensive noise of KP on the TV. Well, thank you, Messers. We are delighted that you're with us, of course. Muttley says, I thought Knuckle was upset with you fuddy-duddies due to the man bun comment. Oh, I forgot, Knuckle, you actually had a man bun. I was absolutely dissing it as a piece of tonsorial adornment.
Yeah, I don't really like how Krunals looks. He doesn't have enough hair to pull it off.
Okay, so there you go. So we're now talking not just the man bun conceptually in itself, we're talking specific execution of it. Yours, of course, is absolutely splendid. His is absolutely a pile of hairdressing nonsense. Leah says, but Boyks also pronounces harakiri as Harry Carey. So one last time, harakiri is a form of suicide, and this is Harry Carey. And there's a picture indeed. Farong says creative bowling, perhaps improvising on the fly. Cheers. Farong, I know you're a football fan. To me, if Jose Mourinho could devise bowling formats to play defensively, this is what he would do.
But that again, that's
your point of view on that.
That's entirely a legitimate tactic.
So is parking the bus, but it doesn't make entertaining viewing. Merchant Engineer says, what is it that Ashwin said about 6 balls making a good T20 over? Well, we've had a lot of discussion on that. Jeff Perkins says, Knuckle coming to the defence of the greater Pand clan.
Yeah, you have to go a long way back to find the link between Pandyas and Pandays. Possibly back as far, back to sort of mythological times, but there's no relation of any kind. They're from a completely different part of India than any of my family. No, I just you say the idea of a good length and a good bowling and good batting sort of hasn't really caught up with in some cases with T20 cricket. It's a good ball if it's the ball you were trying to execute as a bowler.
Well, it's any sport. I agree. I've probably been over-stressing it to kind of make a point. I mean, what is it they say in most sports is what does your opponent least want you to do?
Absolutely.
And then do it.
A very exciting young player comes to the crease now. He works his first ball away for a single. I've talked about his power, but this will be quite something for he and Abhishek Sharma to pull off.
Well, if they do.
Well, they're going to have to go about it in a hurry now because that run rate is edging on 16.
Yeah, 66 needed off 25 balls. It's certainly not beyond the realms of possibility. And remember, you've got Rashid Khan to come as well, who can clear the fences. Good full delivery from James Pattinson at pace, and Abhishek Sharma tries to swat it away over the leg side, but just gets a bottom edge and it rolls through to short fine leg. They take the single. Good over to finish from James Pattinson. His last over went for just 5 and took the wicket. 4 overs, 2 for 29 for Pattinson, who's been very effective for the Mumbai Indians, having not played a lot of T20 cricket, frankly. Sunrisers after 16 overs, 144 for 5, still needs 65.
Well, I can also tell you that our friends at WinViz, it's around about the time it's worth visiting them. 9% they're quoting Sunrisers Hyderabad at 91% the Indians, and 0%, not surprisingly now, the tie. So there's no doubt which way they see the likely outcomes being.
Yeah.
Over on Twitter. No, it's all gone well.
Hold that
there. We're joined by Shilvaru Banu, who is with us on Cricket Tracker India. So a very warm welcome to you.
Yep.
If you've got 2 of the 4 overs coming in from Bumrah, Winviz probably has their equation
And
right.
here comes the main man.
Now the Monty Bumrah.
He'll bowl this 17th and the 19th. Starts with a bouncer, which Abhishek Sharma tries to ramp over the keeper's head, but is beaten for pace. Through to the keeper it goes. There is no run, so I would imagine it'll be Bolt to bowl this one, Bumrah to bowl this one, then Bolt, then Bumrah, and then you hope, and then if that goes to plan, and then I think you leave Kieran Pollard or someone 25 or so to defend.
Yeah. Which he's absolutely capable of doing. I mean, he's quite wily with his bowling.
Yeah, he's bowled well this season, as he did during the CPL. He's so experienced, over 500 T20 games, Kieran Pollard. Bumrah eschewing the slower balls in general. He's going to go bouncer Yorker, it seems. He bowls a leg stump Yorker, which Abdul Samad can only turn to square leg, or mid-wicket rather, for a single. Bumrah's had a curious tournament so far. He's gone bad game, good game, bad game, good game. But what a fine bowler he is.
Oh, there's absolutely no doubt about that. There's very, very few fast bowlers in the world that I'd put ahead of him in terms of who I would pay to watch. He's just a very, very exciting.
In all formats of the game, he's got so much going on. And interesting you made the comparison with Archer. You lose a lot, actually, in some ways, watching them on TV, because when you watch them in person and you get to see the full run-up, you see pretty, from the, there's a lot going on with the
seam
arms.
position as well.
Well, the seam position, yes, but then there's a lot going on with the arms, but you see from the, their hip alignment of their hips and the alignment of the stride pattern is perfect, and their position at the crease is superb, and the way they, all the frills about how to get the basics of the well-set fast bowler's action are there with both of them. Attempted wide Yorker from Bumrah, and poor fielding from the man at point as he dives over it, but Bolt can come round from deep cover to field, and they are only able to come through for a single. By the way, in the second game that's going to start shortly, or presumably they'll delay it if this game goes on, the Kings 11 Punjab have won the toss in Dubai and elected to bat. They are they have made 3 changes. Karan Nair, K. Gautam and Jimmy Neesham are out. Mandeep Singh, Harpreet Brar and Chris Jordan come in for the Kings 11 Punjab. Chennai Super Kings are unchanged, having lost 3 games in a row.
Well, as they have been for the past 13 years. I'm kidding.
As Abdul Samad, the right-hander, faces up to Bumrah, another wide Yorker. Samad trying to reach for it, but can only bottom edge it into the crease, fielded by Decott. There is no run. Really good planning and execution from Jasprit Bumrah in this over. The sharp bouncer to Abhishek Sharma, then the straight Yorker, and then the 2 wide Yorkers to Abdul Samad, who definitely favours the leg side. 62 needed off 20. I think that this game could be done within a couple of overs to all intents and purposes, but we've seen some astonishing things in this IPL. Another wide Yorker, this time slightly getting it too wide, and signalled so by Richard Illingworth.
Wide.
The cost of doing business, I think, if you're Jasprit Bumrah and you're trying this plan. Tony appears to have been eaten by an advertising hoarding. But I'm sure he'll be retrieved shortly. Bumrah will have to re-bowl the 5th ball of the over. Again goes for the wide Yorker, and that's a very clean hit down the ground from Abdul Samad. Bumrah didn't miss the Yorker by that much, but that's a magnificent hit back over the bowler's head for 6. What a shot that was.
Yeah, it came at 143, 144, and was hit probably. It went faster than that to the boundary.
Yeah, the 6 hitting technique there, beautiful. They're going deep in the crease, making sure you keep the head down through the stroke. A beautiful full swing of the bat from Abdul Samad, who is a very talented young player, of whom much is expected. I wouldn't be too surprised to see him come higher up the order at some point during this tournament, given the sort of top-heavy nature of this Sunrisers team. I think we're having a little bit of a delay because they've lost the ball.
Because that ball would have cleared pretty much any stadium in the world.
certainly had to be thrown back from the stands. A ball has been found, and I don't know if it's the same ball, and put back in the hands of Jasprit Bumrah, who's covering the ball in his run-up, which I don't see him do very often. 55 needed off 19, goes up full and wide again, and James Pattinson makes a bit of a meal of it down at third man, so it's going to go for 4. So what had been a very good over, the figures are marginally ruined from Jasprit Bumrah, but still 14 runs off the over isn't quite enough.
71 right now.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
But Samad has kept the game alive somewhat with that magnificent straight 6, and that 4 Sunrisers need 51 off 18 balls.
Well, it's definitely within the realm of possibility. It's been done several times before.
Yeah, and not just the bravery, it's a bit patronising, I think, to necessarily think in those terms, but the execution of that straight hit back over the bowler's head, and then the misfield, admittedly, but the wide Yorker dugout. Samad has kept the game just about alive.
So you've got Pollard coming in, and which means you're going to get. So who's going to take the last one? Bolt is going to take the last one.
I think Bolt's going to take this one, and then I think Bolt's going to take this one, and then Bumrah the next one, and then by the time you get to the 20th, the idea is that it might not matter.
Yeah, that's true as well. I thought Pollard might be taking it.
No, I mean, I think I'd back him to only go for 10 or so. He's a pretty wily bowler, but no, they are going to bowl out this New Zealander who's taken 2 wickets today. I think both with slower balls.
How does he speak, or play the horn, or clean his teeth, or even yawn? How does he shout? How does he call? Trent Bolt's mouth is really small.
He's had a good day. Trent Bolt with his 2 wickets thus far, but it can all go very, very wrong from this point. 51 needed off 18. Bolt in, goes for the Yorker, ends up as a low full toss, but Abhishek Sharma doesn't time it, just clips it into the onside. Hardik Pandya gets the throw away very quickly, but they managed to beat him back and come through for 2, because Pandya had to come a long way around from deep mid-wicket. Abhishek on 9 off 8, which is doing his team no favours. 49 to win off 17.
Leah says, on the one hand, you are right, Knuckle. A ball bowled as intended is a ball bowled ball. I'll finish that in a moment.
Bolt in, goes for the wide Yorker. Abhishek Sharma left it thinking it was going to be a wide, but it just dipped to stay inside the wide line, and so it's a dot ball, a precious dot ball for the Mumbai Indians.
I don't think you should be making these assumptions at this time with so many runs to get, judging wide deliveries at this stage with 2 such experienced bowlers on the bowling for both ends.
I wonder, maybe he thought he could only get a single out of that, even if he did hit it. Goes full on the stumps this time. Doesn't quite nail the Yorker. Abhishek Sharma can only pick up a single, but it might be better for the Sunrisers that Abdul Samad is on strike. 48 needed off 15. 2, possibly 3 of these next 3 balls from Bolt need to go for boundaries, with a couple of 6s in there probably. The brains trust of the Mumbai Indians, Mahela Jayawardene, the head coach, sitting at the back of the dugout, and Zahir Khan, one of the bowling coaches, was a good fast bowler in India before it was fashionable. As Bolt comes in, staying over the wicket, slower bouncer, which Abdul Samad swings too early at, is beaten by it as it loops over his bat through to the keeper. There is no run. Been really good over from Trent Bolt so far, the wide notwithstanding.
I suspect
no wide.
will be down
No wide. In fact, 3 runs off the first 4 balls of the over, but that's what happened with Jasprit Bumrah in the last over, just going for 4, and a couple of boundaries made it a little bit more interesting. We've got 2 short third men, short fine leg and cover up, so deep point, long off, long on, deep mid wicket and deep square leg are back on the boundary, and this is a near Yorker from Bolt, which Samad can only clip to short fine leg for a single. So only 4 runs off the first 5 balls of this 18th over. Brilliant from Trent Bolt.
Absolutely brilliant bowling. And then I suspect WinViz is down to 1% by the end of this over. If
you
this
were
follows
right.
happening.
You were 100% right. It's down to 2%.
2%, yeah.
98 for Mumbai and 0 on the tie.
Bolt comes in. Can he finish off in as economic fashion? He can. It's a dot ball to finish. 4 runs off the last over of Trent Bolt's spell. Brilliant stuff. Abhishek Sharma walked across outside off stump to try and clip him over short fine leg. Bolt, rather than going wide of him, bowled between batter and stumps. Superb stuff from Trent Bolt, who's had a very good day. 4 overs, 2 for 28. 47 needed off 12, and 6 of those are going to be bowled by Bumrah.
Leah's finished her point by saying, but on the other hand, a bad plan executed perfectly is still shit. Farong from Dakar says, so is there a change on the coin toss? First say 90% of tosses won, bat second this weekend, win the toss and bat. Danger game for both teams in the late game, a super over might be justified.
We have seen more teams winning choose to bat after winning the toss. I mean, I don't think we saw any in the first 10 games or so. I think people are realising that actually batting, we've seen a lot of teams winning batting first, but I mean, there's so many different factors that come into this, depending on your, the makeup of your team and the makeup of the opposition and so forth. I don't know that it matters all that much.
Well, I think in the beginning, the first 5 matches, you had 4 teams batting a second winning, so I guess that gave some sort of a...
Yeah, but then you had a run of teams batting first winning, so it's
Exactly.
hard to say. Bumrah bowls into the body of Abdul Samad, and that was a length delivery, and that was picked up by Abdul Samad for 6 over deep square leg.
Lovely shot.
It was.
Oh, I say, champ, give me any lip.
Not the right option, really, from Bumrah to go length into the pitch. Samad was well set for that and helped it on its way. I think go back to the Yorkers.
Interesting, actually, although it's a very small sample size. 3 games played so far, only 1 has been won by the chasing team.
Yeah.
So there might be something about getting a score on the board and then relying on scoreboard pressure when you know that the boundaries are comparatively small.
Oh, it's partly that the teams batting first to put up such huge totals. Mumbai haven't done that. They've not put the game out of sight, as it were.
Well, in all the innings, the Sunrisers here in danger of being the first team to not make 200 this IPL.
Yeah, indeed. 41 needed off 11. He goes fuller. It's a big swing attempted over the leg side, but it's a leading edge, and I think it's going to be caught. Yes, it is. Simple catch for Rohit Sharma on the edge of the circle at extra cover. Bumrah adjusted his length, adjusted his line, and gets the reward. But a valiant effort from Abdul Samad, but probably there was too much to do by the time he came to the crease. He goes for 20 off 9. Sunrisers 168 for 6. Yeah, I think a lot of the damage had been done by the time Abdul Samad came to the crease, but he's shown some promise.
Yeah, but it was just too much for him, I think, at this stage. With if there had been if Warner had still been there, I think you could have said something for them going for a win. Rashid Khan's going to try, but I mean, you need 41 off 10 balls.
He's not going to have to be able to play himself in, is he?
No.
He's going to have to swing from the off.
It does rather suit Rashid Khan. He's a very powerful hitter of the ball, and he can do some remarkable things. I'm sure they crossed while the ball was in the air, so it'll probably be Abhishek Sharma on strike. It is indeed the left-hander. What will Bumrah do with this? Abhishek has not got going at all. 10 off 11, and has even left a couple. Oh, a very good leg stump Yorker, which Abhishek Sharma just manages to get some bat on, I think, and turn it around the corner. Good fielding, actually, by Ishan Kishan, racing towards the long leg boundary rather. I think they came through for three leg buys, in fact.
3 runs, yeah.
3 leg buys. Bumrah appealed for LBW, but I think it pitched outside leg. It might be worth Rohit Sharma actually reviewing this just to see if it did indeed pitch outside leg stump. I don't think they are doing that. No, it was pitched him. It hit him outside leg stump, so would have been a waste of time. 3 leg buys. 38 needed off 9. Sixes, and more sixes needed. This brings Rashid Khan onto strike.
Rashid Khan, yes please. The best off-stump bowler in the whole silly world, yeah. Rashid Khan, yes please. What you gonna do when he bowls to you, yeah.
He's the dream Afghanistan shares. He's the hope for tomorrow.
Rashid Khan, yes please.
Long chats between Rashid Khan and Abhishek Sharma. I'm not really sure what the plan can be from this point, other than try and hit a couple of sixes and make things interesting.
Well, a couple is not going to help.
Well, no, indeed. Probably the next three need to go for six, and then even then, well, I mean, that would keep the game alive somewhat for the last over. Bumrah will bowl out. I think it's probably bowled slightly better than his figures suggest. As he's in, bowls a good Yorker, which Rashid Khan manages to only swipe out to Rahul Chahar at deep square leg. 37 needed off 8. He has gone back to his modus operandi, the Yorkers, which actually, to be fair, the Sunrisers bowled well at the death with their Yorkers, certainly until Krunal Pandya managed to launch a few meaty blows. And how crucial, by the way, might that Krunal Pandya 20 off 4 ball prove to be at the end of the innings. Penultimate ball of Bumrah's spell, the 19th over. Abhishek Sharma drenched in sweat already. Bumrah continuing to go right arm over the wicket. He's holding it seam up, not going cross seam at this stage. Yorker bowls in, middle stump flattened. Abhishek Sharma trying to manufacture a ramp shot over short fine leg, but if you miss Jasprit Bumrah hit, he picks up 2 wicket. He picks up his second wicket. Abhishek Sharma gone for a neither here nor there, 10 off 13.
I think by the time Abhishek Sharma's bat came down, the wicket was already with the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, too full, too straight, too good, really. Abhishek Sharma 10 off 13 in this situation, 10 off 14, I think, in the end, in this situation, is not really helping his team, albeit in difficult circumstances. 10 off 13, indeed it was, and he didn't bowl. 37 needed off 7, so it is technically possible. In reality, not really. Particularly as we're into the Sunrisers fast bowlers, none of whom can really bat.
Yeah, Mumbai Indians very much favourites in just about every pre-match article I read, and they're living up to it.
Sandeep Sharma just about managed to dig this very good Yorker out from Jasprit Bumrah, who... Well, Abdul Samad did his best to make things interesting, but Bumrah finishes with figures of 4 overs, 2 for 41, that I think do not quite reflect how well he's bowled. The last over went for 10 with 2 wickets, and in the context of this game and the requirements, I think the Mumbai Indians will take that. 37 needed off 6, so neither Sobers or Yuvraj or Ravi Shastri or Herschel Gibbs-esque over just to take us to a super over.
Messi Jazz is picking you up on something you said, Knuckle. I'm shocked, Knuckle. Surely marginally ruined falls into the same category of expression as almost unique. Yeah, it kind of does. I mean, a ruin is a ruin. It's a sort of an absolute term, isn't it? I see where what he's saying. And unique is definitely an absolute term. You can't have degrees of unique. It's unique or it isn't.
Enough.
Yeah, point taken. It is going to be Karen Pollard to bowl this last over.
Here endeth the lesson.
And he's in to Rashid Khan, who backs away and carves this over the offside, but one bounce and dribbles into the hands of Rahul Chahar at deep cover. They come through 4-2, so the game is mathematically done unless Pollard bowls a lot of no balls that get hit for 6, but the Sunrisers can at least limit the net run rate damage.
Yep, they need snookers.
Sorry you can't get through, I'm busy watching Kai run Pollard, so I'll get back to you.
Pollard's been very useful with the ball today. None for 20 off 2.2 overs now as Rashid Khan turns down a single. I'm not really sure that, well, actually I'm going to scratch that. They turn down the single. I suppose the theory being that Rashid Khan might be able to hit a few of the next 4 balls for 6, but Sandeep Sharma definitely won't.
Well, it's going to be to no avail, though.
No, but the net run rate could be very important. I think that we saw last year's tournament was very tight, and this one could be again short and into the body of Rashid Khan, and he comes down the wicket and ends up slapping it out to Hardik Pandya. I think they've again turned down the single. Yes, they have. So this game meandering to a conclusion. In the end, I don't know if the Mumbai Indians quite had too much, but the Sunrisers. I think it can certainly be said to be slightly underpowered with the bat, and for the circumstances against some pretty well executed and planned bowling by the Mumbai Indians. As Pollard
potentially with the ball as well.
As Pollard comes in for the 4th ball of the over, a slower ball which Rashid Khan is about a week too early on the off-cut. A very canny bowling from Kieron Pollard, and Rashid, of course, trying to swing himself off his feet, misses through to the keeper. There is no run. With the ball,
it was a weaker bowling attack as well.
I mean, no Bhuvi, obviously. Natarajan was very good. Rashid Khan was very good, but no one else really stood up. Sandeep Sharma and Siddharth Kaul both got hit around a bit, although Sandeep started well, and then Kane Williamson and Abdul Samad goes for the Yorker at full pace through the legs of Rashid Khan. I'm not sure Quinton de Kock was expecting that, but that was expertly nailed by Kieron Pollard. He's gone for just 2 off the last over of the inning. So this is, in the end, going to be a very comfortable win for the Mumbai Indians.
Well, it's great bowling. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better last over, right?
Oh, it's been very, very good. Keeping those standards up, which is something that Mumbai and Kieron Pollard are very keen on. Split finger slower ball, it loops outside off stump and then ends up as a delivery that Rashid Khan can only ship out to Rohit Sharma, who then flings the ball back at Kieron Pollard for no reason whatsoever, and the Mumbai Indians win by 34 runs. The Sunrisers Hyderabad end 174 for 7. In the end, David Warner just took too long to get going and didn't kick on once he did so. Johnny Bairstow's innings ended while it was still a cameo. Manish Pandey similarly, and then from there on there was not a lot going. There was not a lot happening really for the Sunrisers Hyderabad. Abdul Samad's little cameo of 20 off 9 was too little, too late. Really, Trent Bolt very good, 4 overs, 2 for 28. James Pattinson 4 overs, 2 for 29. Krunal Pandya 4 overs, 1 for 35. Bumrah 4 overs, 2 for 41. Rahul Chahar just a bit of the exception with going for 16 off his 1 over. But Kieron Pollard very good, 3 overs, none for 20. And in the end, a pretty comfortable win for the Mumbai Indians, who I think adapted to the conditions better than the Sunrisers did.
I think so. I think Mumbai was clearly the better team here, although they haven't played at Sharjah before. They had a well-laid plan, despite the fact that Rohit Sharma perished early. I think they did a very good job of getting where they did. And then, as I said, I think they just had an overall better bowling attack. David Warner, he did as well as he could under the circumstances. He wasn't in great form. Came in. I don't think he played. He probably played the best innings of the side, and it was unfortunate that he got out because he was probably the only hope that they had of ever making this tour.
Well, they needed one of Warner or Bairstow to score an 80 or 100, and it just didn't happen. Mumbai managed to take wickets whenever they needed to. I'm aware that we're slightly pushed for time because of the second game, so we probably won't. Punjab's openers have already walked out, so I'm just going to do a little bit of fancy footwork to make sure that you're seeing what you need to be seeing on screen for this second game. But thank you very much to Aninder Dutta and to everyone who's been with us for this second game. We'll be with you in just a few minutes for the second game. In the meantime, have a listen to this theme tune.
Yep. See you guys.